Hello and welcome to Salbris in France, the X30 Kart Prix of France, round 2 of the 2017 X30 Euro Series. It's the longest track of the year, 1,500 metres, long straights, flowing corners. It tests the X30 warriors to their very limits, and in qualifying today, they not only had to deal with the circuit, they had to deal with the weather as well, and it's been very unpredictable. The X30 Mini drivers had the worst of the weather. They qualified when the track was at its wettest, but through the spray came championship leader Bart Pluk to take pole position.
I am very pleased. I love the rain. I can wait for tomorrow.
Junior X30 saw a pleasant surprise in the form of France's Evan Spenley, who took the biggest achievement of his career so far with pole position.
It was hard because the first sector was bad and the last two sector was good. I think the wet helped me.
The senior X30 warriors enjoyed some rare dry track conditions, and Mark Kimber took advantage with a fine pole position.
Yeah, obviously when we were sitting on the grid I saw the massive rain cloud above and I thought it could rain before we went out, but we were lucky enough that just to miss it, and yeah, really happy.
So the scene is set for Saturday's heat races. We've got favourites up front and some surprise packages too. Be sure to join us for the Kart X30 Prix of France. all got to really knuckle down and get together and just slipstream with each other, draft with each other, push each other along. Or else Laurens van Hoppen will escape into the distance. So Larocque has now been closed in on by Plug. Will Plug look to the inside? Well, Hofbeck looking to the inside of Plug, and Larocque takes a wide line into turn number 2. Plug seizes the opportunity, takes over second place. Hofbeck goes with him. Larocque slips back to 4th place. Now, will we see Larocque fight back, or will he get his nose cone onto Hofbeck's rear bumper as they head down the back straight? There he is, perfect example. And he just slipstreams past Bart Plug with Louis Hofbeck. So it's Hofbeck into P2. Has that helped them? That is what they're going to have to do, not what they're doing now, because Plug and Larocque are back side by side. You can see Bart Plug almost looking over at Diego Larocque to say, well, come on, what are we going to do? Van Meert in cart number 912 is right behind them in 5th position. Then it's Mertens, Amaury Mertens, Max Meyer and Kimi Abraham. Max Meyer has slipped back a little bit, and Max and Kimi are involved in their own private dice over 7th place. And that's now 3 seconds behind this battle that we're looking at on screen. Larocque in 2nd, Plug, Hofbeck and Van Meert. But whilst this is a good battle to watch, it's not helping them catch Laurens van Hoppen, who, as we start lap 4 out of 7, now leads by nearly 2.5 seconds. Hofbeck back to 3rd at the expense of Plug. Now Sita van Meert moves into position to maybe take over 4th place, although she perhaps quite sensibly decides to just hang back and wait in line. Fastest lap of the race to the race leader, Laurens van Hoppen, 1 minute 10.155 seconds. Well, that is 0.2 quicker than Diego Larocque's personal best. We see Hofbeck now challenging Plug. Diego Larocque has escaped a little bit. Diego Larocque is now 5 or 6 kart lengths in front of Laurens van Hoppen, and Diego Larocque is actually going quicker than Van Hoppen on this lap. Through the 2nd sector, there's 3 timing sectors on this circuit. Our Apex timing partners doing a fantastic job as always, and Larocque is quicker than the race leader on this particular lap. And as Plug, Van Meert and Hofbeck continue to scrap, Larocque has now pulled out a 1 second lead on them. There goes Hofbeck into turn number 2, into P3, although Bart Plug on the outside hanging tough, and Plug will have the inside line for turn number 3. He holds on. Sita van Meert watching all this unfold with interest, and Amaury Mertens is not too far behind this scrap in 6th position, as Hofbeck and Plug once again side by side. Laurens van Hoppen's lead is still 2.5 seconds. And barring disaster, Plug up the inside going into turn number 6 there, riding over the inside curve and and almost clattering into Louis Hofbeck, but Plug backed out of it, and that scrap has brought Amaury Mertens not only into play, but Amaury has now passed Sita van Meert, so that's Mertens in cart number 923, the predominantly purple cosmic coloured cart, and Plug back to the inside of Hofbeck for 3rd going into turn number 11. Now around the final corner, Van Hoppen has started lap 6. So has Larocque. The gap 3 seconds. And Larocque has pulled 2 seconds out on this scrap for 3rd place. Hofbeck to the inside once again. And Mertens is going to make it 3 wide into turn number 2. Amaury Mertens goes from 5th to 3rd. Hofbeck is going to get squeezed out by Sita van Meert. Is he? No. Hofbeck holds on through turn number 3, and now Mertens and Plug side by side. And you can see how great this circuit is for overtaking, because if you make a move going into a corner, you'll simply get repassed on the exit, and there's lots of kind of crossover moves, overcuts, undercuts. And of course, it's good to watch. But this battle could be for 2nd place. It's actually for 3rd, because they have just allowed Diego Larocque to clear off into the distance, and Larocque will be looking over his shoulder thinking, thank goodness for that, and escaped through turn number 10 with Mertens, Plug, Hofbeck and Van Meert. There goes Bart Plug back to the inside at turn number 11. Louis Hofbeck sees half an opportunity to take 4th place, but Amaury Mertens slams the door. And now Mertens will try and get the slipstream into turn number 2. Hofbeck is going to try and cut underneath Mertens. Now Plug beginning to defend. This is the final lap, so Bart Plug for the first time defends tightly going into turn number 2. And here comes Mertens and Hofbeck side by side through turn number 3. They're going to run each other a little bit wide, and Sita van Meert makes it 3 wide, but she's on the outside line through turn number 4. That's going to cost them all momentum down the back straight, and that one move has probably given Bart Plug third place. You can see coming into turn number 5 now, Bart Plug is 15 kart lengths up the road. But Mertens, Hofbeck and Van Meert still squabbling over 4th, but up at the front we haven't seen much of him. That's because he has simply driven away from everybody else. It's Lawrence Van Hoppen, kart number 913. Here comes the Dutchman into turn number 11 on the CRG kart. The WJS racing driver will be thinking to himself, wow, that was a lot easier than I thought. 1 corner to go, the checkered flag awaits, and Lawrence Van Hoppen takes the win in the opening Mini X30 race of the day here at Salbris in France. Diego Larocque 4.2 seconds down in 2nd place, and the battle of the 3rd was settled in the favour of Bart Plug, and Louis Hofbeck eventually beat the 2 Belgians home into 4th place. Mauri Mertens in 5th, Sita van Meert in 6th, Max Meyer 7th, and Kimi Abraham finishes in 8th position. And to give you an idea, an average speed 76 kilometers an hour, and that is in the mini class around this very challenging circuit. So Lawrence Van Hoppen starts the day with a win. Diego Larocque with 2nd, and the poleman Bart Plug slips to 3rd. Battling drive from Louis Hofbeck to finish in 4th place. Then Mauri Mertens, Sita van Meert, Max Meyer and Kimi Abraham. So 1 race down, 11 races to go, and race number 2 on the programme will be the first heat for the X30 Juniors. There will be 15 of them in total for 8 race laps, and that will begin at 10:40 local time in 7 minutes. See the drivers now settling themselves down onto the dummy grid, and the driver that everybody wants to beat is the defending European X30 champion, Chris Lullum, in kart number 1. And Lullum only qualified 6th yesterday. However, he also didn't qualify wonderfully well in the opening round of the championship in Belgium, and that didn't stop him coming through to win both the pre-final and the grand final itself. But although the grid is a bit smaller this weekend than it was at Genk, very, very strong indeed. And Evan Spenley, the French driver now based in the UK, in kart number 33 for Fusion Motorsport. You can see Evan just standing up at the top of your screen there. He grabbed pole position at the very, very end of qualifying yesterday. It was a wet track, and Evan timed it just perfectly to snatch pole position away from his teammate Angus Moulsdale. Angus will start on the outside of the front row. Once again, I think all the drivers are going to be invited for a quick conference call with the clerk of the course. So once again, welcome to the viewers on the Telemundi Media live stream. Thank you for joining us here at Karting Salbris. If you missed the opening action of the day, we are here in north central France for the X30 Kart Prix of France, and we are looking at the pre-grid area for race number 2 of the day. It's the opening X30 Junior heat of 8 laps, the drivers being given final instructions from the clerk of the course, and now they are heading back for their final words of encouragement from their mechanics, and then we'll be off and running. This field, 15 drivers representing 9 countries. We've got 5 drivers from the UK, 2 from the Netherlands, 2 from France, then 1 from Denmark, 1 from Germany, 1 from Bulgaria, 1 from Belgium, 1 from the Philippines, and a very warm welcome to our first driver based in Oman who has raced with us this year. Well, you're looking at the driver from the Philippines there, number 46, Eduardo Cosateng, a 13-year-old from Taguig. You're looking at driver number 12. That is Senna Eckers, the Dutch driver. Senna, actually 6th in the championship at the moment, but starting down at the back of the field. The qualifying yesterday took place in the rain. Delano Vanthoff, he was the only driver that went out on slicks, and that didn't quite work out for him. But the grid now being cleared, the mechanics making their way back to the viewing platform. It will be Evan Spenley, driving the 33 for Fusion Motorsport. He will lead them away, and Evan, this is his first major international pole position, so will be going on inside his crash helmet. Angus Moolsdale will start alongside the Glaswegian driver. Kart number 23. Then it'll be Georgi Dimitrov, newcomer to the championship this weekend. Georgi completing a Fusion Motorsport 1-2-3, and although Georgi is now based in the UK, up near Manchester, obviously he's originally from Bulgaria, and one of 2 Bulgarian drivers we have with us this weekend. Luis Delbart from Belgium in kart number 112, the RST karting driver. Excellent qualifying session yesterday for Luis, and you can see the bright green kart, the second kart on the left hand side of your picture at the top. That is Luis, the RSD driver. On row number 3 you'll find the Mad Croc Promotions kart of number 25, Alexander Walker. And on the outside of row 3, the driver that everybody wants to beat there, the Piers Sexton Racing kart with the pink and blue livery. That is Chris Lullum, number 1 current championship leader and undefeated in every race this year. He absolutely stormed his way through the opening round at Genk. He's given himself a bit of work to do, however he did it at Genk, and that's to say he can't do it again. On the 4th row of the grid we will have Germany's Josh Dufek. Although, looking down, I'm looking to see if Josh is there or not, and there may be a gap. There, on the outside of row number 4, Kai Aski. Dufek in the 39 kart, then Kai Aski in kart number 15, the driver from Reading, the youngest driver here, just 11 years old. The Englishman, well, he's actually originally from Singapore, but now obviously based in the UK. On row 5 we will have number 24, Daniel Traeger, the Danish driver, and the Frenchman Enzo Juli in kart number 19. Shihab Al-Habzi from Oman in kart number 43, Kieran Crawley's M Sport team will start on row number 6 with Frenchman Isaac Hadjar. Senna Eckers and Delano Van Hoff will start from row 7, and Eduardo Cossetang on row number 8, the Filipino driver who had a penalty after qualifying yesterday. He lost his 2 best lap times. There was a few issues with track limits in the rain and drivers getting lap times cancelled, but the driver that didn't get anything cancelled is that driver there at the front of your screen, number 33, Evan Spenley. Evan, who was quick at Genk, but then only finished 22nd in the final. It means he comes into this weekend 13th in the points table. Angus Moolsdale, 7th in the championship. A fixture in and around the top 10 all weekend at Genk. In cart number 23, Georgi Dimitrov making his championship debut this weekend in cart number 123. Luis Delbart in cart number 112, 18th in the championship. Best finish of 16th in Genk. Then it's Alex Walker. We saw Alex at the X30 Winter Cup in Valencia in February, but missed the opening round. Back with the Crop Promotions team this weekend on the Mad Crop kart. Then it's the championship leader, number 1, Chris Lulham, on the outside of row number 3. Kai Askey and Josh Dupek on row 4. Enzo Juli and Dan Traeger on row 5. 9 countries, 15 drivers, 7 different chassis manufacturers, 1 defending European champion trying to make it 2 in a row. The drivers head out of turn number 8 up towards turn 9. Evan Spenley, well, he's doing a very good job of keeping a nice controlled pace. You wouldn't guess that this is the first time that Evan, the 13-year-old now based in Bladen in the UK, started up front in a European Championship event. He brings the field through turn number 12 into the tram lines. We wait for the lights to go out. It's a good start. Spenley takes the lead. Dimitrov darts into second place, but now Moolsdale does the crossover move into turn number 2. And Dimitrov has to concede that position. It was a good start, and Moolsdale back into second place. But Evan Spenley, calm and cool, and now trying to pull away as they plunge down the back straight towards turn number 5 for the first of 8 laps. Into turn 5, Spenley with his 2 Fusion Motorsport teammates behind him. Moolsdale right there. And Angus Moolsdale, well, as long as he's not under pressure, he'll be content to sit there. Spenley runs a little bit wide though, coming out of turn number 8. That might give Moolsdale the opportunity, but into turn 10 he decides not to. Behind them, there's a bit of a gap opening up to Dimitrov and the rest. And there goes Chris Lulham up the inside of Luis Delbart for 4th place. So already Lulham has gained 2 places into P4. Delbart in that green number 112 kart down to 5th. And then it's the number 25 kart of Alex Walker, who has made a solid start as well. Everybody safely through the first lap. Eduardo Cossetang from the back of the grid picking up a place. Senna Eckers, the Dutchman, falling to the back. Down the back straight though goes Spenley, now under some real pressure from Moolsdale. Moolsdale trying to work with Spenley, and Angus Moolsdale will probably work with Evan as long as he doesn't feel he's being slowed down. The minute he thinks that drivers behind are catching up, there was a mistake there from Moolsdale through turn at number 6. He just missed the apex ever so slightly, and that means that he's not in a position to push Spenley along through this next section. And it does mean that Dimitrov is now in the same screenshot, and so is Chris Lulham, and it's Delbart, and it's Walker and Delano Van Hoff. A great start from the Dutchman in kart number 17 from the 7th row of the grid up into P7 in front of Kai Askey, then Isaac Hadjar in the number 18 kart. But Evan Spenley continues to lead onto lap number 3. And he gets a little bit sideways, the back end just steps out, and now I think Dimitrov is going to make a move on Moolsdale. Moolsdale has to give best there to Georgi Dimitrov. And Evan Spenley is beginning to back the field up. Lulham is right there. Moolsdale fights back towards second place. They head into turn number 5, but Dimitrov holds him off. Lulham, Van der Hoff, Walker and Askey are all there. Louis Delbart has slipped back to 9th place. There goes Delano Van Hoff. Well, Delano has got... They're on slick tyres. Delano has used those slick tyres. Maybe he's just scrubbed them in a little bit better because he used them in qualifying and everyone else was on the wets. And there's Moolsdale having a little look at Dimitrov, and Dimitrov was having a little nibble at the inside of Evan Spenley going into turn number 6 there. Oh, sorry, turn number 11, and thought better of it as they complete lap number 3. Spenley, Dimitrov, Moolsdale. And there's Delano Van Hoff passing Chris Lulham. So Van Hoff into 4th place. Well, the young Dutchman from Dordrecht has certainly had his Weetabix this morning, because he's just driven past the reigning European champion and is closing in on the 3 leaders. And Van Hoff started from 14th place on the grid. Through turn number 8 go the leaders. And there goes Van Hoff now, trying to squeeze at the inside of Moolsdale, and he makes the move. So number 17, WJS Racing car. Well, we've just seen one of the WJS drivers, Lawrence Van Hoppen, win the X30 mini race, and his teammate Delano Van Hoff has obviously been inspired by this and is really looking aggressive. And there he goes. Dimitrov looks over his shoulder. Van Hoff will dive at the inside. Will he into turn number 2? Yes, he will. Oh, but he runs a little bit wide, and Dimitrov sucking him into that one. Dimitrov feigned a defensive manoeuvre, and that forced Van Hoff further offline than he wanted to. It's a 102.651 second best lap regardless for the Dutchman. However, that has maybe stopped his momentum ever so slightly, and it's allowed Dimitrov to escape with Spenley. Van Hoff having to defend 3rd place from Moolsdale. Just behind them is Alex Walker, Isaac Hadjar, and Chris Lulham has slipped back to 7th place. Then it's Kai Askey, then it's Al Habzi, the Omani driver. Oh, nearly 3 wide. Van Hoff now goes back in on Moolsdale, coming out of turn number 8. And so Van Hoff does make the move stick this time. Well, we're approaching the end of lap number 5. And we'll see the gap. We'll see if Van Hoff can pull away from Moolsdale. And Moolsdale is now fighting to keep Hadjar, Lulham, Al Habzi, Dufek at bay, and Chris Lulham has actually fallen back to 9th place. Lulham there trying to pick up a place going into turn number 2. But Spenley and Dimitrov, half a second apart, but they're 1.5 seconds up on this cart on the screen now. Number 17, Delano Van Hoff. Delano into turn number 5. There go the 2 leaders through the bottom of your screen. Then it's Van Hoff, and Van Hoff has got Moolsdale, Walker, Hadjar, Askey, Al Habzi and Lulham right behind him. And I'm not sure if Lulham has a problem, but he certainly has been going backwards in this heat, and we're about to see Chris Lulham's undefeated streak come to a comprehensive end. All 15 drivers still running. Enzo Juli, who we were expecting good things from, has actually fallen back to 13th place. Luis Delbart, from after an outstanding qualifying result, he's slipped back to 12th place. Eduardo Cosateng, the Filipino driver, is up to 11th, and Shiab Al Habzi having a very good strong run in the number 43 M Sport kart. There goes Shihab Al Habzi in that predominantly blue 43 machine, his first race in the European Series, and is running in 10th place just behind Chris Lulham. But up at the front, Spenley continues to lead. Another new fastest lap from Delano Van Hoff, 102.602. The gap, 3/4 of a second. And Van Hoff, you can see, has pulled away from Moolsdale. So Moolsdale in 4th place, as Alex Walker in 5th for company. Then it's Kai Askey in 6th. But Van Hoff is able to pull clear of them and try and close in on the 2 leaders. Will he run out of laps, though, as they come through turn number 9? Now bearing right before left into turn number 10. Spenley looking a little bit more comfortable now. We had a couple of little errors from Evan Spenny on about lap 3 and 4. Now he's settled into a rhythm. Dimitrov is following him, but he's not pushing him and he's not putting him under any pressure. And in fact, Dimitrov is about to come under pressure. There he is. He looks over his shoulders, sees that Van't Hoff is back, and now Dimitrov defends into turn number 2. Now, can Van't Hoff get up the inside going into turn number 3? No, he can't. Dimitrov defends into turn number 3. This is the last lap. So, halfway round, almost the final lap. But Van't Hoff has got the run on Dimitrov coming out of turn number 4. Great run and some great straight line speed being shown there from Van't Hoff. He was able to simply come through turn number 4, and it was almost mirror signal manoeuvre, but he's now got to hold on, because Dimitrov will try and come back at him. They're coming into turn number 8 now. Evan Spenley, as long as he keeps it on the grey stuff and off the green stuff, will take the win. He's not under pressure. The only pressure he's under is the pressure that he puts on himself now. But he's got one corner to go. Van't Hoff won't catch him, but what a drive from Delano Van't Hoff. From 14th to 2nd, Spenley takes the checkered flag. Van't Hoff was closing hand over fist there at the end in kart number 17, but he takes 2nd place. Great result for the young Dutchman. Georgi Dimitrov, equally so. Very, very sensible, mature drive, but he could not hold off Van't Hoff there on the last lap, but he still takes 3rd place. Angus Moolsdale comes home in 4th. Alex Walker 5th, youngest driver here in the field. Kai Askey takes a top 6 finish. Then the leading Frenchman home, the Zach Kart entry of number 18, Isaac Hadjar, in 7th place. And Chris Lullum, just looking at Chris Lullum's lap times, 102.8 his best lap. That is 0.6 of a second slower than Evan Spenley's quickest lap. Sorry, than Delano Van't Hoff, rather. So, not a happy chappy there, Chris Lullum, but he finishes in 8th place. Josh Dufek comes home in 9th. And from Oman, Shahab Al-Habzi rounds out the top 10. Then it is Eduardo Cosseteng 11th, Enzo Julius 12th, Luis Del Bart 13th, Senna Eckers 14th, Dan Traeger comes home in 15th place. 8 seconds covering the entire field after that heat. That is very close indeed. The junior drivers will now head back into Parc Ferme. They will go through scrutineering and then back to their tents and awnings in the paddock to debrief and go through what they need to do differently for the next race. Well, that's their next race. Our next race is the first senior X30 heat. 18 drivers in this race. The 34 seniors have been split into 2 groups. We will see all 34 on track tomorrow at the same time. The seniors, well, they had perhaps the toughest task in qualifying yesterday. The first group went out on a damp track, and the drivers that gambled on slick tyres soon found themselves in the box seat. Joey van Splunteren was the quickest of them, and he was 3 seconds quicker than everybody else on wet tyres. However, just 10 minutes later, when the second group went out, everybody was on slick tyres, and Mark Kimber went 8 seconds quicker than Van Splunteren to take outright pole position in kart number 248. The 101% rule came into play, so even though Van Splunteren was 8 seconds slower than Kimber, by the fact that he was the fastest in Group 1, he was second overall, and he'll start second in this race. So it'll be the Englishman, Mark Kimber, who has come to Salisbury with a point to prove after finishing on the podium in Genk and then falling foul of post-race technical. And so Kimber, a man on a mission. Championship leader Jordan Brown-Nutley is not in this race. We'll see Jordan Brown-Nutley in the next race. Once again, the drivers getting a last-minute briefing from the clerk of the course. So of the 34 drivers in this class, 17 countries represented. 7 drivers from France, 6 from the UK, 4 from the Netherlands, 2 from Belgium, 2 from Austria, 2 from Germany, then 1 driver representing Ireland, Norway, Singapore, the Lebanon, Israel, Portugal, Costa Rica, Thailand, the Philippines, Bulgaria and Spain. And in this particular race we've got the Lebanese driver Rashid Ghanem. A big welcome back to Singapore's Ethan Tan, who raced in the X30 Euro Series last year as a junior. We've got Christian Hustov from Bulgaria, Thanaponpang Sutomno from Thailand, and that is with the Super Windforce team. There's Thanaponpang walking foreground of your screen, the driver of cart number 265, the runner-up in last year's All Japan Junior Rotax Championship. And there is, well, it's good to see Mr. Clark still smiling, even though Oliver Clark, his driver, is starting shotgun on the field. Well, it'll keep it interesting, I suppose. And Oliver is he was very, very quick, and then for whatever reason something went drastically wrong in qualifying yesterday, and so Oliver's given himself a bit of a tough task. And but you know, hey, this is just kart racing. There's a lot more serious things happening in the world, and okay, we had a bad qualifying session, we're starting stone last, but hey, we're in France, the sun's even shining, we're kart racing, let's be happy, and we'll see what Oliver can do from the back of the grid. There, Joey van Splunteren, kart 273, the most experienced driver here. He was racing the very first time that RGMMC came to Salisbury back in 2006, and he's actually the oldest driver here, the grand old age of 25 years old, Joey van Splunteren. But experience counts for everything, as he proved yesterday. The Signmind Racing team and his teammate Niels Koelen is not in this race, but Niels Koelen enjoyed his best qualifying result ever yesterday, simply by following his teammate and his mentor Joey van Splunteren around. But it'll be Mark Kimber in kart 248 from pole. Then on the outside of row number 1 from the Netherlands, Joey van Splunteren in kart 273. On the inside of row number 2, a great qualifying effort from the Metro Group driver number 214, Patrick Kibble, and then Gillian Lay, Frenchman in kart number 249, making his seasonal debut here this weekend at his home circuit. Jan-Philipp Springob from Germany in kart number 241 will start 5th, and in his very first major European event, Jack Deakin in kart number 252, the Mad Croc driver, will start on the outside of row 3, and it was a very good effort from Jack in qualifying yesterday. He is learning all about the vagaries of international karting for the first time. Jana Gewertz in kart number 212, with the bright blue and orange race suit. Jana comes into today 3rd in the championship standings, and alongside Jana will be Ethan Tan in kart number 220, the Singapore-based driver. Rowan Grinwies from the Netherlands will start on the inside of row number 5, alongside incoming Frenchman Charles Tesnieri in kart 224. Then it'll be Rashid Ghanem in kart 234, the Mach 1 Motorsport driver from the Lebanon. Always good to see the developing karting nations represented on the big stage, and Rashid starting in 11th place. Jonathan Brown from Ireland, the MLC Motorsport team, with those bright green flicks on the outside of his nose cone. He will start on the outside of row 6. Then it'll be Patrick Degenbeck from Germany, Christian Hristov from Bulgaria, Thanaponpang Sutomno from Thailand, Manuel Galofre Tornia from Spain, Nicholas Bayet and Oliver Clark round out the 18 kart field. So we will watch for driver number 251, Oliver Clark, to see what progress he can make. We'll also see, can Joey Van Splunteren manage to stay with Kimber, take the fight to Kimber, or will we see the Strawberry Racing driver of cart number 248 pull away at the front? Van Splunteren will have to use all his guile and experience to stay with a cart that will probably be a little bit quicker down the straight than Van Splunteren, but Van Splunteren, well, everybody has said this year they cannot believe how late Joey Van Splunteren is on the brakes. All his rivals are saying they don't know how the guy gets the cart stopped and turned in on the apex, because he is just so late on the brakes. But I think that is the case of Van Splunteren is looking and saying, well, whatever he gives away in straight line speed, which isn't a great deal, but hey, it's something he has to make up for in the corners. And that's what he has been doing. And of course, you've also got Patrick Kibble. Well, Kibble in cart number 214, 21st in the championship, and this is the furthest up the order he has been in that bright yellow liveried cart. A 14-year-old from Bromley, who has, I think, finished 16th in the final at Genk. Gillian Lay, well, very quick in qualifying, obviously knows the circuit well. The wet weather probably helped Gillian yesterday. Can Gillian stay with the front running pace in the dry? Jan-Philippe Springholm and Jack Deakin, likewise, not quite sure how much pace they're going to have in the dry weather. So really, Kimber and Van Splunteren have got two rows of drivers that we've got question marks over whether they can maintain their front running pace before we get to Jana Gewertz. And Gewertz, who was on the podium at Genk, third in the championship in that number 212 cart for, it's a privateer run outfit. Jana Gewertz was actually, it's a P1 racing machine. Well, we're going to find out. It's going to be Kimber versus Van Splunteren. First year senior driver Mark Kimber, most experienced driver in the entire paddock this weekend, Van Splunteren on the front row. And will one of these wild cards behind them show their hand? Lights are out. It's a good start from Kimber. Patrick Kibble gets alongside Van Splunteren. Van Splunteren squeezes Kibble onto the curb, and Kibble has to, well, there's the experience. Van Splunteren saying, okay, young man, there's your choice. First corner, ease back, or we both go off. And Kibble very sensibly ease back, and it allows Van Splunteren to hold on to second place and give chase to Mark Kimber. Kimber just quickly glances over his shoulders. They head down towards turn number 5 just to make sure that there's not a flame liveried Dutch missile coming up his inside. But Van Splunteren staying with him now. Will Van Splunteren make a move? Will he try and draw Mark Kimber into a battle? Or will he be content to follow Kimber for the time being? They head through turn number 8 now, into turn 9. Round turn 10. Kibble is third, Gillian Lay is fourth, so it's a good solid start from everybody. Then it looks like Springholm in fifth in that very garishly liveried number 249 cart. No, that's the Jez cart in fifth position of Gillian Lay, that yellow and orange coloured cart. Number 241 is Jan-Philippe Springholm, the German driver, in fourth place. But it's Kimber, Van Splunteren, Kibble, Springholm, then Gillian Lay, and then it's Jack Deakin into sixth position. Jana Gewertz is seventh, Rowan Grinrees is eighth, Ethan Tan ninth, and Oliver Clark up to 10th place already. So Oliver Clark has got halfway up the field inside the first lap. And he'll be pleased with that because there's no real breakaway, although the top 5 have got a 1 second lead over number 252 Jack Deakin. Van Splunteren watching, learning, now making his move. Kibble going through as well. The door opens. Kibble thought about making it 3 wide briefly, but Van Splunteren takes the lead. Kimber scrambles back online in second position. Kibble sitting and watching in third. Now Gillian Lay at the inside of Springholm, and Gillian Lay sideways over the curb and almost takes out Jan-Philippe Springholm. Gillian Lay gathers it together, and that has cost them, because now the top 3 are broken clear. The top 3 are clear. Springholm almost running off circuit there, avoiding the spinning Gillian Lay, and there goes Kimber back in front of Van Splinteren, and Kibble gives Kimber a little bit of a nudge going into turn number 2, and Jana Gewurz emerges in 4th place, and that little scramble between the top 3 at turn 2 has allowed Jana Gewurz to close back in. Now, can Patrick Kibble make the move for the race lead? Not yet into turn number 5. It is Kimber, Kibble, Van Splinteren, and then Jana Gewurz. Then a very small gap back to Jack Deakin. Springgob and Lay have slipped back to 6th and 7th. Then it's Clark and Grinries. Lucky we didn't have a big collision there at turn number 11. Gillian Lay sideways coming out of turn number 11 in front of the field, and they all managed to scramble around. And Kibble now defending into turn number 11. Well, that's not what Joey Van Splinteren wants to see. He doesn't want to see Patrick Kibble defend, but of course Kibble is not used to being running. Well, to be fair to Patrick, he's not used to being in this position, and he's probably thinking to himself, well, I'm going to defend 2nd place because I'm in 2nd place. Well, he hasn't got a choice there, because Van Splinteren makes his move, and Van Splinteren had to make the move because you can see Mark Kimber edging away. Already the gap has gone out to 10 kart lengths as they head down the back straight on lap number 4 out of 11. Kimber, Van Splinteren, Kibble was having a nibble up the inside of the Dutchman going into turn number 5, but Joey Van Splinteren thinking to himself, oh, just give me a break. And he thwarts Patrick Kibble's attempt. And Kibble will now have to fend off Jana Gewurz in kart number 212, who is looking particularly racy. Will Gewurz look at the inside into turn number 11? Not this time. Behind Gewurz, it's Jack Deakin having a great drive in kart 252. Well, the Mad Croc team will be very pleased with Jack Deakin's progress. This is his first real international race. There is the number 222 kart going through your screen, and up at the front, oh, Kibble and Deakin changing places. So Jack Deakin makes the move. Oliver Clark, new fastest lap. He is just behind that battle between Deakin, Gewurz and Springgob. And Joey Van Splinteren, now that he has resisted the attempts of Patrick Kibble, who has lost 3rd place to Jack Deakin. So Jack Deakin in kart number 252, just off screen, I think has taken 3rd place, although Gewurz getting it back at turn number 8. But it is allowing these two to pull away, and Joey Van Splinteren is now got Mark Kimber all to himself. Watch the Dutch driver in kart 273 just try and worry Kimber into a mistake. Kimber, for the Strawberry Racing team, sticking to his racing line. He's not driving defensively. Van Splinteren inches off the rear bumper of the race leader. And that number 273, that Signmind Racing Gillard kart, looks very, very tidy through the corners. Van Splinteren can just point it at the apex, not worry about the back end stepping out. They are now nearly 3 seconds in front of this great scrap for 3rd place, still being led by Jana Gewurz, with Kibble, Clark, Deakin, and the number 215 kart of Jonathan Brown now into 7th place. Gillian Lay is 8th, and the number 224 kart of Charles Tesnieri in 9th. Jan-Philippe Springgob has slipped back to 10th, and it's Ethan Tan, then Manuel Galofre-Tournier and Rowan Grinries. Rashid Ghanem is 14th, followed by Christian Hristov. Then the number 265 of Tanpon Pang Shatumno, Nicholas Bayet is 17th, and Patrick Degenbeck round out the 18 kart field. But as we start lap 7 out of 11, it is Kimber and Van Splinteren separated by about a cigarette paper through turn number 3 and into turn 4. Van Splinteren again much quicker to the apex. That 273 kart looking very good, and he's able to maintain that speed down the back straight in the slipstream of Kimber. They go through the bottom of the screen. Gewurz holding on to 3rd place, but Clark is now there, and is 251 in front? Yes, he is. So Oliver Clark from 18th up to 3rd now, at the expense of Jana Gewurz. Kibble is 5th in kart 214, but still Kimber leads. There's Clark. Gewurz Kibble, and behind them it's now Jonathan Brown in cart number 215, the Lee Murray's MLC Motorsport team being represented there by the Irishman Brown. Then Gillian Lay and Jack Deakin. Well, he slipped back to 8th, but he's still in that group scrapping over 3rd place. Van Splunteren almost getting the undercut on Kimber coming out of the hairpin. So he's not only able to get the cart turned in better, he's able to get on the power better than Kimber. But Kimber has track position. Through turn number 5 they go. Now the short run into the left-hander at turn number 8. Clark pulling away ever so slightly from Gewurz in 3rd position. You can see Oliver Clark, he's nearly 3 seconds off the lead, so he's not going to catch Van Splunteren and Kimber, but I think he's got enough pace in that cart to keep him at arm's length from the chasing pack. Into turn number 11. Once again, Van Splunteren. Well, he's not just simply following Kimber for the sake of it. He's learning. He's studying to see which corners he is better than Kimber at, and so he's going to plan his move maybe a turn or two before that corner, so that he knows if he makes that move, he's then better through the next section, so Kimber can't come straight back at him. It's like a high-speed game of chess, this, for Joey Van Splunteren, and what's more, Mark Kimber knows it. All Mark Kimber can do is not make a mistake. He checks over his shoulder once again down the back straight, just to make sure that Van Splunteren isn't making a move. Now Kibble has fallen back a little bit. We're side by side further back in the pack, but into turn number 8, right-hander. And the leaders come through turn number 9. We haven't seen anybody dive up the inside going into turn 10. It's a risky place to pass. Maybe that's where Van Splunteren will think of. There's Patrick Kibble, now ahead of Jack Deakin going through your screen. We complete lap number 9 out of 11. Oliver Clark is actually now going 0.2 of a second quicker than the 2 leaders in 3rd place. And Jonathan Brown has just set the new fastest lap of the race, 102.058 for Jonathan Brown. In cart number 215, he's moving into 6th position, and he is challenging Gillian Lay. There is Jonathan Brown at the back of that 3-cart pack. Gillian Lay in that very yellow and orange livery cart. Now Gillian makes his own move on Jana Gewurz for 4th place down at turn number 5. Brown goes with him, so Gewurz, the Belgian driver in cart number 212, slips back 2 places to 6th position. Oliver Clark in front of them in 3rd, and Gillian Lay, first time we've seen the RSD driver in the X30 Euro Series this year, and he is making a very good account of himself in his home country. So the 2 leaders start another lap. We complete lap 10 and start lap number 11. Now Kimber defends. Van Splunteren takes a wide line into turn 2. He'll cut underneath Kimber coming towards turn 3, but Kimber's got the inside line. Now Van Splunteren, watch him try and undercut Kimber coming onto this straight. Has he got it? He's alongside, but he hasn't quite got the oomph, and Kimber now jinks to the inside. To defend into turn number 5, Van Splunteren has got the pace. He's got the nous. Has he got the track position? The answer at the moment is no. Kimber defending into turn number 8. Van Splunteren will try the undercut in this short straight, but he hasn't got the move. Okay, turn 10 is risky. Has anyone make the move? Will Van Splunteren risk it? Not yet. So 2 corners to go. Kimber defends into turn number 11. Can Van Splunteren get the undercut? But if he does, he's on the outside line for the final corner. Is he going to stick his nose at the inside? No, Kimber just jinks across to cover the move. And Mark Kimber holds off Joey Van Splunteren for the win. And just look how much closer Oliver Clark got there at the end. And Clark finishes third. Great result for Oliver in cart number 251. 18th to 3rd inside 11 laps. Gillian Lay takes 4th position with Jonathan Brown 5th. Jana Gewurz is 6th. Patrick Kibble finishes in 7th place. Still a good result for Patrick, and he had a sniff of the lead at one point. Ethan Tan, in his first race as a senior in this championship, he finishes 8th. Jack Deakin, he takes home 9th position. Rounding out the top 10 French driver Charles Tesnieri in cart number 224. Jan-Philippe Springom is 11th. Then it is Rowan Grinwies from the Netherlands in 12th. From the Lebanon, Rached Ghanem finishes 13th. Then Patrick Degenbeck 14th. Tanaponpang Sutumno is 15th. Then it's Christian Hristov, Nicolas Bayet, and Manuel Golofre Tournier round out the field. All 18 starters finished. And it was a very exciting race for the lead. And watch for Oliver Clark. Well, he's got to do that twice more today. But if he can keep picking up places, that's going to put him in a decent position for the pre-final tomorrow. So the senior X30 drivers head back to Parc Fermé to go through post-race scrutineering. And that was half the senior X30s. The other half will be getting themselves settled on the dummy grid very, very shortly indeed. There they are. And at the end of this next race, all drivers here will have completed one of their 3 heats. There'll be another round of heats before we break for lunch, and then the third and final round of heats will take place this afternoon. So, thank you for joining us wherever you are in the world on Telemundi Media. The Twitter hashtag, for those of you that want to tweet us, is at RGMMC. The website address, not that you need it, because if you're watching it, you've already found the website, but I'll give it to you anyway. It's www.telemundi.com. For those of you that are on Facebook, that is the IAMI X30 Euro Series is our page on Facebook. And the official website of the championship is www.x30euro.com. Now, the second group of senior drivers are getting their briefing, and so far these little briefings have worked because we've had 3 races and 3 very clean first time starts. And in this race we have the drivers that are first and second in the championship. The driver that's second in the championship is the driver with the purple cosmic race suit on. That's Brett Ward. Brett was very, very quick yesterday in practice, but like Oliver Clark, just didn't quite get it together, or something happened. It was partly tyres, partly setup. I think he went a full wet setup on a drying track, and so Brett finds himself starting well down the order. And also under pressure is the championship leader Jordan Brown-Nutley. Jordan, like Chris Lulham, undefeated at Genk, but finds himself on the back foot starting from the 3rd row. But starting from pole position, not only does he become the first driver from Costa Rica to race in the X30 Euro Series, but he rocks up in cart number 243 to Strawberry Racing. Maurizio Hernandez will start this race from pole position. What a result for the Costa Rican driver. Alongside Maurizio, maybe in a day of surprises, Niels Koelen in cart number 313, teammate Joey Van Splunteren. Don't forget, this is only his 3rd year of karting. Niels didn't do cadets, jumped into karts maybe 4 or 5 years after everybody else here, and he followed Van Splinteren around in qualifying yesterday and winds up on the front row of the grid for this race in cart number 313. Can he stay there? That is the question. Ghani Rahane in cart number 242, the French driver making his seasonal debut. He starts 3rd, and then it is the number 219 cart, the Falcon chassis of Peter de Bruyne's Racing's Milo Lichterlein, and that is the predominantly red cart there, 2nd on the top left. That's the Dutch driver starting 4th. Then it is the 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates. Ido Cohen, the Israeli driver, out qualifying his teammate and championship leader Jordan Brown-Nutley in cart number 244. The first of our 2 Austrians, Nicholas Scholl, in cart 225 and Christopher Shani in cart number 226. They will start on row number 4. All French 5th row, Jason Vian in cart number 294 and Romain Bonetto in cart 222. Konstantin Scholl, who we saw at Genk in the Super Shifter class. The Super Shifter's not running here this weekend. We will see them at the next round in Wackersdorf in Germany. But Konstantin moves across to the senior X30 class, and he starts on the inside of row 6 alongside Brett Ward in cart 202. Then it is João Ferreira from Portugal on the Mad Croc number 240, and from Norway, Maria Solly Poulsen in cart number 217. The 8th and final row, Jacob Ang from the Philippines in cart 272, and surprising to see him back there he is on your screens, number 238, the Praga kart driver Milan Petele, and in his home country, Milan, who has been very quick but extremely unlucky so far this season. Well, we just seen Oliver Clark go from 18th to 3rd. There's only 16 drivers in this particular heat. Can Petele go from 16th to a similar lofty position? So Mauricio Hernandez and Niels Koelen lead the field through turn number 5. See the somewhat ominous looking clouds overhead. However, the cloud is much higher in the sky than it was yesterday, which gives people generally a reason to kind of breathe a little bit easier. Hopefully we will not have a repeat of the rain that we experienced on Thursday for practice in the afternoon, which was absolutely spectacular, but not as spectacular as the thunderstorm that we had about half an hour after qualifying yesterday. And you can see the Marshall post there. There is a nice swimming pool just outside the Marshall post that was left by yesterday's thunderstorm, which, well, had to be heard to be believed. It did manage to wipe out most of the internet connection here at the circuit, which was nice, but the racing is finished for the day, so really matter too much. So there are the tail enders as Mauricio Hernandez brings them to the line, and nope, it's a false start, and Mauricio, you can see now, according to my program, that he's on an a Mach 1 kart, but that very distinctive green and white liveried machine with the orange stripes down the side, that screams Tony kart to me. And the fact that he's running with Strawberry Racing, who are, shall we say, quite well known for running Tony karts, maybe means that my entry list is not 100% factual. So we will scrub that, write Tony kart in, because I can almost hear Paul Spencer running up to beat me to death in the commentary box for daring to say that one of his drivers is on anything other than a green wagon. Here we go again. So again, Koelen in kart number 313, the driver with the black crash helmet. Now, he didn't make it out of the B final in Genk. So this is new territory for Niels Koelen. And you could see as they came to the start line, Hernandez was like looking over, giving a hand, so where are you? You know, well, Niels Koelen, he doesn't want to jump at the start, but he has to expect the pole sitter to go, and when the pole sitter goes, you better go with him. Behind Koelen is Milo Lichterlein in kart number 219. Now Lichterlein comes into this weekend 15th in the championship, and we're looking to maybe try and get some progress early on. Now we're underway, and Mauricio Hernandez takes the lead. Koelen slots into second place, going down towards turn number 2. They're 3 wide behind, and that is the Mad Croc kart of... Oh, and there's somebody going off for a spin there. That would look like João Ferreira maybe making an absolutely banzai start. Who's that gone for a spin? That's number 222. That is Romain Bonetto, the French driver who gets going again. But Koelen slots into second behind the pole man, and into third. The Marshall very quick to get the gravel off the circuit, because yes, that gravel can get kicked up and be quite painful. But that is into P2 already, going number 242, Ghani Rahane. So it wasn't the Mad Croc cart, that red and white livery number 242, the privateer run cart. It's a CBK run cart. The Mad Croc carts have had a change of livery overnight, and they look now very similar to that CBK cart. There's your championship leader. No, that's not your championship leader. That is number 235, Edo Cohen, into 4th place. So Edo Cohen, the Israeli driver, I'm so used to looking at, you know, the first Dan Holland racing cart that comes into my view. I'm so used to saying that's Jordan Brown-Nutley, but it's not. Edo Cohen, with a bit between his teeth, taking 3rd place from Niels Coulin. Milo Lichterlein goes through as well. Now, this is where Niels Coulin needs to kind of maintain his composure, because he knows in the dry weather he's not as quick as some of these guys around him, so they will be coming past him, but don't lose your cool. Let a couple go, then slot in, find your rhythm. If you try and fight every single position, you will find yourself at some point staring a nice grassy field straight in the face, and then all your hard work will be undone. For Coulin, a top 10 finish is what he's looking for. Anything else is a bonus. Jordan Brown-Nutley's gone through. We've had a change of lead, and Ghani Rahane has moved into top spot. There is the CBK driver in front of Maurizio Hernandez. Edo Cohen thinking to himself, I've got a chance of winning a race here. Will he look at the inside of the poles that are going into turn number 2? Yes, he does. And following him through into 4th place goes number 225, Nicholas Scholl, last year's European Rotax champion. Jordan Brown-Nutley trying to make a move as well, but Brown-Nutley gets on the curb, trying to pass Milo Lichterlein and Niels Coulin, and now Brown-Nutley's going to get freight trained. Well, we've already seen one undefeated streak come to an end this morning, and a little bit of muscling going on there. Brett Ward in the Evolution Racing number 202 trying to come through as well from 14th on the grid. From 12th on the grid, and somebody running very wide there. Milan Petele in cart 238. Trying to pass a recovering Christopher Shani, the Euro karting driver, running wide at turn number 8. Maurizio Hernandez under pressure there. Niels Coulin battling away with Milo Lichterlein. Jason Vian is also into the top 10, but Ghani Rahane pulling away. Cohen 2nd, Scholl 3rd. There's Brett Ward up the inside of Neil Coulin into turn number 2 in cart 202. He picks up 7th place. The championship leader, Jordan Brown-Nutley, is down in 10th. Just flashing to the bottom of your screen. Now he makes the move on João Ferreira for 9th. Romain Bonetto, recovering from his first lap spin, has set a new fast lap of 102.548, but Romain is down in 16th position. And Edo Cohen, 1.3 seconds behind race leader Ghani Rahane. Coulin, well, he's found his place, and he's giving a very good account of himself, chasing the number 294 cart of Jason Vian round, and he's got championship leader Jordan Brown-Nutley and Brett Ward around him. Well, Ward's gone past, but we've got Jordan Brown-Nutley in cart 244 behind him, and Jason Vian, another newcomer to the championship this weekend, in cart 294. That is the LM karting entry. But here's Edo Cohen. Well, he's had to give best to Nicholas Scholl for 2nd, but Edo in cart 235, running in 3rd place. Ghani Rahane, 1.1 seconds up the road. The Frenchman in cart 242, taking advantage of the slightly mixed up grid order to clear off. We're on lap number 5 out of 11. Through turn 5, the leaders go. Lots of battling going on back in the pack. Milan Petele making a move, and that passes, that's Milan past João Ferreira and into the top 10. Jordan Brown-Nutley still in 9th place. Round turn number 8. The battle on screen is the battle for 10th and 11th. Hernandez, followed by Ward. That's the scrap for 4th and 5th. Brett Ward in cart 202. He's gone past Milo Lichterlein, the Dutchman in cart 219. There's Ward to the inside at turn number 1. Brave move there from Brett Ward, and sends Hernandez a signal saying, right, come on, follow me, let's think. Brett Ward's thinking, I've still got time. Ido Cohen is now the next driver on his hit list. 101.816 for Brett Ward, the Evolution Racing driver, breaking into the 61-second barrier and already putting some clean air between himself and the Costa Rican driver in kart number 243. And now Hernandez has got Milo Lichterlein going through your screen there in kart number 219 to contend with. The Lichterlein runs wide coming out of turn number 8. Behind him, Jordan Brown-Nutley. Battle further back in the pack. That is Jacob Ang and Christopher Shani and Mario Soli Polson fighting over 11th place. The leaders are coming into turn number 12 now. Rahane completes lap number 6. His lead was 1.2 seconds over Nicholas Scholl. It's actually increased it to 1.3 seconds. Scholl has got Cohen for company through turn number 2. The Israeli driver, kart 235, shadowing the Austrian driver, last year's European Senior Rotax champion. Now moving over to X30. Ward closing in on the pair of them, and look how Brett Ward has closed in. So the Evolution Racing kart, which has got a similar bright yellow and blue livery to the Dan Holland Racing machine in front of him. Ward has got those bright yellow flicks on the outside corners of his rear bumper. He's got that dark purple cosmic race suit on. He's closing in on Ido Cohen. Will he make a move straight away, or will he wait? Well, he's already made one move going into turn number 1. If he's close enough, I think that's where we'll see Brett Ward make his move on Cohen, because it doesn't lose him too much momentum. Let's have a look. He looks to the inside. There's the move. Flat out. Nearly 100 kilometers an hour to the inside. Brett Ward takes over P3 as we start lap number 8 of 11. And already you can see that it's a good place to make a move there, because you don't lose momentum, and that allows Ward, who's done another fastest lap, 101.79. Nobody else is in the 61s. It's only Brett Ward. But now he's lost track position. Oh, Scholl goes back up the inside of him at turn number 5. Cohen briefly takes second place, and he retakes Scholl. Now Brett Ward and Nicholas Scholl wheel to wheel. Well, that's cost them all momentum, and it's bringing Maurizio Hernandez back into play. Hernandez with the orange stripes down the front of his kart. Brown-Nutley, Jordan Brown-Nutley is behind Hernandez. The championship leader is in the mix for second place. And Brett Ward will be spitting feathers because he'd made the move. Scholl just thought, well, it's now or never, and went straight back at the inside of Ward. They both ran wide. They both lost a couple of places. And it's Ido Cohen on course for one of his best results so far. If he can keep the driver that won the Senior Rotax European Series last year, the driver that finished runner-up in the 2013 World Rotax Championship, Brett Ward. And then, of course, we don't know what Maurizio Hernandez has got, and the driver that is currently leading the championship, Jordan Brown-Nutley. So not a lot for Ido Cohen to do, really. As Ward passes Scholl. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can this time. And Ward now has half a second to make up on Ido Cohen. And he's defending into turn 11. Jordan Brown-Nutley passes Maurizio Hernandez. He moves on to the rear bumper of Nicholas Scholl's kart. Further back, Niels Coolen still runs in 9th place. There's your leader, Gani Rahane, flashing through your screen. 2.5 seconds up the road of this battle for second. Ward, on the penultimate lap now, has got to try and keep Scholl at bay, but also try and get up to Cohen, and he's having to defend. Scholl under pressure now from Brown-Nutley down the back straight. Ward will try and use the fact that Scholl is momentarily distracted to put some clean air between himself and the Austrian driver, but he hasn't managed to do it. Into turn number 6 they go. Now through turn 7, build up the speed towards the very top end of the circuit. At turn number 8, oh, and Jordan Brown-Nutley looking to the inside of Nicholas Scholl and has to back out of it. That was almost disaster for the championship leader, but he manages to stay on the track and not lose a position. He looks again into turn number 12, but Nicholas Scholl does not look as though he's in the mood to give away positions. Brett Ward nodding his head vigorously as he starts his final lap. Mulgani Rahane leads. Brett Ward trying to take second place away from Ido Cohen. Nicholas Scholl holding on to fourth place in front of Jordan Brown-Nutley. Brown-Nutley tries to do the undercut coming off turn 4. He's alongside. Scholl will squeeze him to the inside line as they head down towards turn number 5. Brett Ward has caught Ido Cohen. He slips to the outside of turn number 6 to try and get a run at the inside of him into turn number 8 now, but Cohen defends. Brett Ward will try the undercut coming off turn number 8, and he's got it. Has he? No. Cohen just about managed to scramble across in front of him. 2 corners to go. Ghani Rahane comes into turn number 11. Cohen defending into turn 11 for second place. Ward has got one more opportunity into turn number 12, but Ghani Rahane takes the win. Who comes across the line in second? It's Ido Cohen by half a kart length for Brett Ward. Fourth is Nicholas Scholl, and Niels Coolen on the last lap, well, away from the camera. Obviously, Jordan Brown-Nutley went for a move that didn't come off and cost himself a couple of places, because Niels Coolen takes a great result in 5th position. Mauricio Hernandez, the poleman, comes home in 6th place for Costa Rica. Then it's Jordan Brown-Nutley in 7th. So the 2 drivers that were undefeated in Genk have both been defeated straight away here at Salbris. Milan Petele finishes in 8th place. Romain Bonetto, after his spin, recovers well to finish in 9th. Then it's Jason Vian in 10th. Milo Lichterlein lost a few places there at the end to finish in 11th position. Christopher Shani rounds out the top 12. Then it is João Ferreira, Jacob Ang, Maria Solly Paulsen, and Konstantin Scholl rounds out the 16 finishers. And I have to say that we've had 4 races and every driver has finished every race so far. That is good news indeed, not only mechanically but also no one has been launching into each other and retiring with crash damage, which is good to see. So ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first round of heat races today. We will now take a short break. The second round of heat races will begin at 20 past the hour, 20 past 12 Central European time, that is 20 past 11 in the UK, in about 40 minutes time. So we will take a break and live streaming will resume just after the hour. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Salbris in France. Hope we've enjoyed a brief respite from the action. We've had one round of heats so far this morning, and in 10 minutes' time, the second round of heats will get underway, starting with the X30 Mini drivers. The X30 Mini drivers sitting themselves down on the dummy grid as we speak, getting themselves prepared under some rare blue skies, because the clouds that have shrouded this very fine 1500 metre venue in north central France have broken just temporarily, and we're enjoying some sunshine. There's still clouds around, but hopefully we were going to get through the rest of the day without any of the rain that has blighted practice and qualifying so far. So, where are we? Well, we are about 200 kilometres south of central Paris in the Val de Loire region of France. Salbris itself, it's a very small town, only about 6,000 residents, and the circuit is just south of the town, right alongside the A71 highway, which runs adjacent to the long back straight here. For those of you that have visited here before, or those of you that are thinking of entering an event here at Salbris in the future, there's another event here, an RGMMC event, a Rotax race next weekend, and you want to bring the family, but they don't want to stay karting. Well, 2.5 hours north of the circuit is Disneyland Paris, and for those of you that are real gluttons for motorsport punishment, if you go about 2.5 hours east, you'll get to Le Mans itself, the cathedral of world motorsport. And this circuit, 1,495 metres, 12 corners, built in 1993, currently operated and run by former racers Marc and Guillaume Berthaud, who are here this weekend and being extremely helpful indeed. And over the years, this place has hosted some of the finest names in karting. It's hosted the 1997 World Championships, won by none other than Daniele Rossi. Also hosted the 1996 Formula C World Championships, which was won by Gianluca Beggio from Giuseppe Palmieri. The names in that race: Giorgio Pantano finished 4th that day. Marc Berthaud failed to finish that race. Also hosted the Formula A World Championships in 1997. James Courtney, Australian driver, won on that occasion ahead of Kosuke Matsuura from Japan, who went on to race in the IndyCar Series in the United States. Jan Darms, whose team is here racing this weekend, he finished 8th on that day, and Dean Panrucker, who I've seen around the paddock, he failed to finish that particular race. Also had a round of the World Championships here in 2001. That was a multiple round championship. David Fauré won both races here at Salbris, but that was the year that Vito Antonio Liuzzi became world champion. Also hosted here a round of the World Championships in 2002. Fauré and Ronnie Quintarelli were winners on that day, but the eventual champion in 2002 was Guido van der Garde. And the last major events, well, the last, say major, we got a major event here right today, but the last European Championship events held here in 2007, Gary Catt winning the KF1 European title. Well, he won the race. Marco Ardigo, who finished 2nd on that day, was the eventual champion. And the European KF2 Championship on the same weekend in August 2007, won by none other than Will Stevens, who of course went on to race in Formula 1. And this weekend we have 57 X30 Warriors across 3 classes representing 20 nations. The youngest, 9 years old, and the 9-year-olds are setting out on the grid now. The oldest is 25. You can follow this on www.telemundi.com. You can hashtag us at RGMMC on Twitter. Go to the official Facebook page, which is IAMI X30 Euro Series, or the Telemundi Media Facebook page. The website, www.x30euro.com. This track, it's flat, but every single corner has got character to it. It is not a computerized design by any stretch of the imagination. The drivers absolutely love it. And in the first Mini X30 race, which we saw earlier this morning, the driver of kart number 913, certainly at the top left of your screen, Laurens van Hoppen. Well, Laurens got away at the start, ahead of poleman Bart Plug, and then simply cleared off into the distance as everyone else battled behind. There is Diego Larocque doing his traditional pre-race shaking of the hands. And that is good to see, because there have been a couple of collisions over the course of the season so far. But these youngsters, well, they crash into each other one weekend. By the next weekend they think, well, okay, new weekend. No use making an enemy, because at the end of the day, one of you might have a really cool fidget spinner that I want to play with in the paddock afterwards, and I don't want to fall out with you, because they are just youngsters, and when they're not racing or going through their debriefings, they can usually be found causing some sort of havoc in the paddock, usually with a ball, or at the moment, the current craze, fidget spinners. By the time we get to Wackersdorf, I'm sure there'll be a new craze that comes out. Last year they were all walking around on their parents' phones looking for Pokemon, but now it's fidget spinners. And it's Bart Plug who will start from pole position in kart number 917, 11 years old, from Heineken in the Netherlands. Laurens van Hoppen in kart 913 alongside Diego Larocque. We'll start the inside of row number 2 in kart number 915. Then it's Denmark's Louis Hofbeck in 4th place. 2 Belgian drivers, Kimi Abraham in kart 927 and Amaury Mertens in kart 923 on row 3. And then Max Meyer in kart 919 and Sita van Meert, the young lady, in kart 912 on row number 4. Max Meyer, well, he had a bit of a tough start the weekend. He had to drive his equipment 12 hours to get here because they wouldn't let his cart on the plane, and I'm not quite sure. Last time I went on a plane, I was allowed a laptop bag, so I'm not quite sure how they fared off trying to get a cart on there, but whatever it was, the pilot went no, and they've had to drive here, and also without certain bits of equipment. And I know that Max's parents just wanted me to say how very grateful they are to the rest of the paddock for giving them bits and bobs they needed to get them out there. And the Fusion Motorsport team running Max this weekend, the X30 Winter Cup champion in kart number 919. Had a bit of a tough start in race number 1, but let's see if he can make amends now. And Diego Larocque, well, from Phoenix, Arizona, and he has travelled to race here this weekend 9,000 kilometres. That is 5,500 miles, his mum tells me, to race here, and running with the Peter De Bruyne Racing team. So Diego, the most well-travelled of our drivers here. Again, 20 nations. We do have well, I'm not sure if Diego is the furthest traveller, because we have drivers from Thailand, Costa Rica, the Lebanon, Singapore, Oman. I wonder if anyone in the paddock this weekend can beat 8,894 kilometres from Diego's front door to this circuit. Answers on a postcard. Off we go. The Mini X30 Warriors on track for what will be a 7-lap race. Can Laurens van Hoppen make it 2 wins out of 2? Can anyone else take the fight to the young Dutchman? It'll all be down to whether they want to battle with each other or simply chase. But of course, Laurens van Hoppen doesn't even start from pole position. That's Bart Plug in cart number 917, the championship leader coming into this weekend. Championship points aren't up for grabs until tomorrow. Today's racing is all about getting yourself some grid points. The fewer grid points you get, the higher up the grid you start in the pre-finals. The pre-final is where you earn your first championship points. The results of the pre-final set your starting position for the grand final, where double points are available. So we'll have 2 rolling laps. Then Bart Plug, who I have to say did his first ever interview on camera in English yesterday. He wasn't wonderfully thrilled about it to start with, I have to say, but a little bit of coaching from Mum and some friendly advice from the Telemundi TV crew. Eventually, Bart did his first TV interview in English. And if he carries on the head of the field, he's going to have to do a few more by the end of the day. So, into turn number 5. The end of the back straight, and you can see on the camera shot that the straight is not straight, but it is flat out. Little kinks and curves. So Van Hoppen from the outside of the front row will try and use that wide line to keep the momentum and perhaps grab the lead as he did in the first race going into the second corner, which is the first tight hairpin. Bart Plug will be keenly aware of that and will be doing everything he can to keep Van Hoppen behind him. Larocque in the blue and white number 915 cart. Then the dark black and dark blue number 911 of Louis Hofbeck, the Danish driver, on the outside of row number 2. They come out of turn number 12 into the tram lines. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Plug holds on to the inside line. Larocque pushing him into turn number 1, and Larocque manages to keep Bart Plug in front and also take second place away from Van Hoppen. And wheel-to-wheel contact. Kimmy Abraham runs a little bit wide at the outside of turn number 2, but Larocque hangs on. Plug leads, and Lawrence Van Hoppen actually slips back to 4th place as Louis Hofbeck takes over P3. Then it is the Cosmic cart of Amaury Martins in 5th position. And already Louis Hofbeck having to defend from Lawrence Van Hoppen as they go into turn number 5. All 8 carts safely through the first few corners. And around turn number 6, you can see some idea of the scale of this place. All the paddock teams, the teams in the paddock are all just to the right of your screen now in a raised area overlooking the track. Down through turn number 10, Bart Plug runs a little bit wide. Diego Larocque doesn't want to try and pass him just yet. Diego will be trying to push Bart away through turn 12 and on to lap number 2. Watch how Larocque just stays on Bart Plug's rear bumper, almost nudging him along. Look at that, they're 9-10 years old. Now Larocque looks to the inside, going into turn number 2, takes the lead. Plug comes back at him, side by side, but Larocque has the inside line into turn number 3. Plug will try the crossover manoeuvre, but look how much closer Lawrence Van Hoppen in 3rd place has got. This is what they didn't want to do. And Van Hoppen uses the slipstream to tow himself up into P2. Oh, Larocque on the outside though, hanging tough. And Larocque scrabbles across to hold on to the position, but then runs wide at turn number 6. That's going to open the door potentially for Van Hoppen into turn 8. There he goes. And we have a Dutch 1-2 with Larocque back to 3rd. Then Hofbeck in 4th. Sita van Meert is in 5th position. The young lady in cart number 912. Just the back of that picture with the predominantly white, pink and electric blue livery on her cart. Then it's Amaury Martins, Max Meyer and Kimmy Abraham. In fact, Abraham now ahead of Max Meyer. But it's Plug into turn number 1 on lap number 3. Van Hoppen goes to the outside. Is he going to try and cut under the inside of Plug going into turn number 2? Well, he thought about it, but Plug was just keeping himself slightly defensive there so that Van Hoppen didn't contemplate it too much. now onto the back straight. This is where Larocque gets onto the rear bumper of Van Hoppen, pushes Van Hoppen past the race leader. Into P1 goes Laurens Van Hoppen. Plug on the outside. Is he going to lose one place or two? Larocque squeezes in, but then Plug on the inside at turn 6. Side by side, they both lose time. Louis Hofbeck interjects himself into proceedings, but Laurens Van Hoppen, in the space of one corner, has opened up half a dozen kart lengths. Now this is where Larocque has got to get his head down. Plug has got to try and work with Larocque now. In race 1, Hofbeck, Plug and Larocque started battling, and by the time Larocque managed to get away, Van Hoppen was clear up the road and was not for catching. Can they peg him back now as we complete lap number 3? Sita van Meert, the back of this group, in 5th position, as she was in race number 1. Hofbeck, who's been very aggressive all day, into 3rd place. Van Meert trying to take 4th place away from the poleman Bart Plug, setting the fastest lap in the process, 1 minute 10.032. Very impressive from the young Belgian lady. And Plug defending it at turn number 5. Van Meert gets alongside, but then in turn number 6 she's on the outside line, so Plug holds on. That one move has cost them both about 10 kart lengths. Now Van Meert looks to the inside again. Plug holds her off. The top 3 breaking away, and Hofbeck pushing Larocque up to the race leader. So Laurens Van Hoppen is not pulling away as he did in race number 1. Into turn number 11 now, the penultimate corner on this circuit. Amaury Mertens, Kimi Abraham and Max Meyer are all still within striking distance of the top 3 who complete lap number 4 now. Plug and Van Meert have got to work together. Hofbeck looks to the inside of Larocque. Nothing happening there. The more that Plug and Van Meert battle, the further away the top 3 will get. Plug has got a bit of clean air at the moment, but Van Meert is not close enough to push him along. Hofbeck has lost a bit of ground on the back straight there. Larocque closing in on the race leader as they go into turn number 5, just resting his nose cone on the rear bumper of the race leader. Van Hoppen runs wide at turn number 7, but that's going to give Larocque an opportunity to get alongside, but then he's on the outside of turn 8, can't make a move there. Through turn 9, flat out, it's just a right-handed kink, and they bear right then left into turn number 10. Careful not to run too wide the exit, and Hofbeck sticks his nose up the inside into turn number 11, but doesn't make the move stick. That forces Larocque to defend ever so slightly, and Van Hoppen gets away. On to lap number 6 out of 7. Larocque looks to the inside at turn number 2 now, makes the move. New leader, number 915, Diego Larocque from the United States of America, and Louis Hofbeck follows him through. So Larocque did the hard work, opened the door, and Hofbeck dived into the gap. So Laurens Van Hoppen slips from 1st to 1st to 3rd rather. Bart Plug still runs in 4th. Van Meert is 5th, and Plug is actually closing back in now. So Bart Plug has withstood the challenge of Sita van Meert and is now taking advantage of that little brief positional change in front of him to close back in the number 917 Keisha Racing CRG kart. What can Larocque do? Hofbeck has been in inspired form so far today. The Danish driver, who only finished 12th in the final at Genk, came into this weekend 10th in the championship standings, having a really good run. We start the final lap. Larocque defends into turn 2. Louis Hofbeck going high, wide and handsome, and as Larocque moves out to try and cover the move, Laurens Van Hoppen dives at the inside to take the lead. Larocque comes back at turn number 3. This is going to open the door for Hofbeck, and Hofbeck around the outside of turn 4 gets the kart sideways and holds on, but here comes Diego Larocque down the outside. They're 3 wide down the back straight at nearly 70 miles an hour. Bart Plug nearly making it 4 wide, and around the outside comes Sita van Meert. 5 karts battling over the lead, half a lap to go. Larocque leads from Van Hoppen, Hofbeck, Plug and Van Meert, and at one point they were nearly 4 wide at 70 kilometres an hour down that back straight, and Larocque managing to hold on while he had lost the lead coming onto the back straight. Then he simply drove round the outside of Hofbeck, and now he's got 2 corners to go. Hofbeck to the inside of Van Hoppen for second. Van Hoppen holds him off. 1 corner to go for Diego Larocque into turn number 12. Van Hoppen will not catch him. Larocque takes the checkered flag. Van Hoppen second. Hofbeck is third. Bart Plug finishes 4th. Sita Van Meert, who at one point was 3rd on that last lap, she comes home in 5th position. And then it's Max Mayer in 6th, 7th for Amaury Mertens, and 8th for Kimi Abraham. Looking at the timing screens, the top 5 crossed the line, separated by just 0.8 of a second. Good racing indeed. And look at that, 76.2 kilometres. That is an average speed of the race. And that includes, that's a circuit with 12 corners on it, and they're obviously not flat out through all 12 of them. So there's the result. By 0.12 of a second, Diego Larocque takes the win. Laurens Van Hoppen, the WJS racing team, who have been in inspired form this morning. Laurens Van Hoppen winning the first X30 mini heat and then just coming second, and Delano Vanterhoff in the junior race, which we're going to see next, was also very, very quick indeed, and could possibly have won that race if it had gone a few extra laps. So the Mini X30s head back to post-race scrutineering as we look around to see the junior drivers getting themselves settled onto the grid for their second heat race. Now the second junior heat is set to begin at 12:40 local time. That would be in 8 minutes time. And will we see another win for Evan Spenley, who starts from pole position in the number 33 car. There's Spenley and his mechanic, the Fusion team, just walking through your shot there. And Evan, well, it was a bit of a surprise in qualifying. The rain helped him, but he has managed to hold his form. He withstood a little bit of pressure in the first race, but then grew in confidence as the race progressed, and was able to take the checkered flag. Our grid marshal for RGMMC, Mario there, just making sure that everybody is in the right position and that nobody is missing. The trolleys getting put away. This is going to be an 8-lap race. Watch for the driver of cart number 17 at the bottom of your screen there. That's Delano Vanterhoff for the WJS racing team, the driver from Utrecht, who powered through to finish second in heat number 1. Was very quick indeed. The reason that Delano is starting near the back is that in qualifying yesterday, 14 drivers all went out on wet tyres. 1 went out on dry weather slick tyres. That 1 was Delano Vanterhoff. And if the qualifying session had been 8 or 9 minutes long, then Delano undoubtedly would have been up at the front. It was only 7 minutes, and it just finished a little bit too early for Delano. There's James Bean giving his driver Eduardo Cosseteng a few little bits of advice. As long as the advice is about karting and not about life in general, then Eduardo will be absolutely fine. The James Bean World Tour, where he sits on the stage on a sofa with a pipe and regales you with tales of things that simply don't need to be repeated for a family audience. Those tickets will be on sale very soon. I'm expecting a sellout wherever he goes. But also knows an awful lot about karting himself, and is Eduardo Cosateng, the 13-year-old driver from Taguig in the Philippines, the Asian Open champion. Had his 2 best times taken away from qualifying yesterday. Track limits issue for Eduardo, so he's having to fight from the back. But the grid formed up. 15 drivers from 9 countries, led by Frenchman Evan Spenley, now based in the UK. He starts kart 33 from pole position. From Glasgow, Angus Moolsdale on the outside of row number 1. And it's interesting that all these drivers, they fill out forms, a little bit about themselves. And Angus Moolsdale into computer software programming. Now, I would have thought that most 13-year-olds, the only thing they know about computer software programming is how to find the delete history file button. Or maybe that's just me. But Angus Moolsdale, who comes into this weekend 7th in the championship standings and looking to move up. He starts the Fusion Motorsport number 23 Xspirit kart from the outside of row number 1. On row number 2, Georgi Dimitrov, making his X30 Euro Series debut in kart number 1, 2, 3. And Luis Delbart from Belgium, that bright green Rico-sponsored machine. And Luis, very quick in qualifying, struggled a little bit for pace this morning. But can he fight back now with a strong run in heat number 2? Alexander Walker for the Mad Croc team in kart number 25 will start 5th, and the defending European champion, but he's no longer undefeated this season, Chris Lulham in kart number 1 for the Piers Sexton Racing team. Championship leader has his work cut out for him this weekend by the looks of it. He starts on the outside of row number 3. Youngest driver in the class, number 15, Kai Aski, Singapore born, now lives in Reading. He starts 7th alongside Germany's Josh Dufek for the HTP racing team. That is the number 39 kart. On row number 5, it is France's Enzo Juli in kart number 19 for the CBK team. Enzo 4th in the championship standings. The 2 drivers who are 2nd and 3rd in the points table, Tua Stalmans and Eddie Goldstein, aren't here this weekend, the 2 Belgians. So Enzo is effectively Chris Lulham's closest championship rival at the moment. But Enzo didn't have a great run in the first heat, but will be looking to make amends for that under Enzo's mechanic. You can see in the foreground of your screen with some white sunglasses on, just observing his young steed, waiting for the signal to be given. Alongside Enzo will be the only Danish driver in the field, number 24, Dan Traeger, privateer driver on the Tony Kart chassis. And behind Dan will be Isaac Hadjar in kart number 18, making his X30 Euro Series debut this weekend, and also another driver in kart number 43, the M Sport team kart of Shihab Al-Habzi from Oman. Then we have Delano Vanthoff in kart number 17. What can he do once again? From 13th to 7th to 2nd in race number 1, starting alongside Delano on the 7th row of the grid, fellow Dutchman Senna Eckers in kart number 12. Senna actually 6th in the championship at the moment, but with a bit of work to do here. And then starting shotgun on the field, the Piers Sexton Racing number 46 with the bright pink outlines around the corner of the rear bumper. That's Eduardo Cosateng. That is your field in Junior X30. Green light is on. Karts off the grid, onto the track. 2 rolling laps, 8 race laps. See the drivers trying to get some temperature into the tyres. Spenley, Moolsdale, Dimitrov. Now, although they've got the UK flag, they're racing under a British licence, which is why they've got the Union flag next to them. But Spenley is very French, and Dimitrov, even though he's currently residing in Manchester, he is very Bulgarian. but they race in the UK every weekend. Well, most weekends. They're now based in the UK, running on a British licence. Well, Evan Spanley. Now Evan knows how to control a race from the front. It's all very good thinking about leading, but when you're a driver, that first time you're actually in the lead, all the thoughts about what it's going to feel like go out the window, and you're just thinking, oh my goodness, don't throw it off. Are they going to catch me? Are they going to catch me? And it does take time for a driver to stop thinking about what's happening behind you when you're leading. Only concentrate on what is happening in front of you and hitting your marks. You cannot control what happens behind you. You can only control what happens ahead of you. And if you're in the lead, keeping that clear track, that clear view. So Evan now knows how to manage one of these heat races. But he's got his two teammates, Angus Moolsdale and Georgi Dimitrov, all around him. Luis Delbart is there as well, and Chris Lulham, who made some early progress in that number 1 kart, then fell back. Will he have a better run of things in this race? And can Delano Vanthoff in kart number 17 also make his mark again? We're going to find out very shortly. Spanley slowly bringing them into turn number 10 now. Now into turn number 11. Moolsdale with the St Andrews cross on the top of his crash helmet. We'll be trying to anticipate Evan Spanley's start and get around the outside of turn 1 and turn 2 to take the lead. You can come out of turn 2 on the outside, but alongside the leader. You've got the inside line for turn 3 and you're away. Here we go. Lights are not out. It's a false start. Or is it? It certainly is. I saw the yellow lights flashing on the gantry, and we will go around again. And so Angus Moolsdale gets a second bite of the cherry. So will this relax Evan a little bit, or make him even more nervous? Angus Moolsdale, a bit more experienced, and someone getting back into position. That's Dan Traeger, just manoeuvring himself back onto the outside of the 5th row of the grid. Try again. Here, no, not here we go just yet. They're coming down the short straight into turn number 9. Flat out right-handed kink. Now into turn 10. Now at some point this weekend, someone, I am convinced, is going to go for a bit of a banzai move into turn number 10. Because you need to kind of turn away from the corner before you actually turn in. It flicks to the right before you go left. And there is there's obviously different circuit variants here at Salisbury, shorter circuits for the rental carts, and on the exit of turn 10 there is like an access road, which is, you know, part of one of the cut-throughs for the hire carts, and the drivers are looking at that thinking, ooh, that's tarmac, and it's not going to slow me down, so if I send them at the inside I might be able to get onto the tarmac and make a move. But we're off and racing, and it's a good start from Evan Spanley, who takes the lead, and already Dimitrov and Moolsdale having to defend. Well, Dimitrov slots into second place, defends against Moolsdale, and that has allowed Spanley to get away nice and cleanly into 4th place. That looks like Chris Lulham has made a good start into P4 in that number 1 kart. But it's Spanley, Dimitrov, Moolsdale, and then it's like Lulham through turn number 6 they go. Lulham very, very strong away, and already Moolsdale and Lulham making a move on Dimitrov. Lulham there squeezing Angus Moolsdale wide, coming through turn number 8 into P number 2. Obviously He did not like not winning a race earlier and is going to make amends straight away. Now, Evan Spenley will have his work cut out. He's made a good start. The rest of the field filing through turn number 11. Delano Van Hoff battling with Eduardo Cosseteng, but Van Hoff has not made up a huge amount of places. The end of lap number 1, it's Spenley, Lulham, Dimitrov, Moolsdale, Alex Walker in the number 25 cart. And then it is Kai Askey, Enzo Juli, Luis Del Bart down to 8th, Josh Dufek, Shihab Al-Habzi is 10th, then it's Isaac Hadjar, Eduardo Cosseteng, Delano Van Hoff, Senna Eckers and Daniel Traeger. Moolsdale pushing his teammate Dimitrov up to Chris Lulham, trying to stay with the number 1 plate cart. But the Piers Sexton Racing machine is closing in on race leader Evan Spenley, hand over fist, and I don't think it's going to be long before Spenley sees a pink and blue flash in his peripheral vision as Lulham makes his move through turn number 10 towards 11. Lulham not close enough yet. There's a move from Moolsdale up on Dimitrov, but Dimitrov holds him off. Spenley leads at the end of lap number 2. Lulham in his wheel tracks though. Then it's Dimitrov, Moolsdale, Walker, Askey, Juli, Al-Habzi, Dufek and Hadjar. Oh, and Dimitrov runs a little bit wide at turn 2. There's the move though from Chris Lulham. And Chris Lulham into turn number 3 takes the lead of the race. Spenley now just needs to tuck in behind Chris Lulham and just follow the defending champion and number 1 plate holder, because they're scrapping like cats and dogs over third. Moolsdale has it now from Dimitrov, then it's Walker on the Mad Croc cart, and behind them Kai Askey and Enzo Juli are all bunched in as well. Good drive so far from the Frenchman Juli in cart number 19. And just behind at the end of that group is the blue number 43 cart of Shihab Al-Habzi. But Lulham already stretching away from Spenley. And Spenley wants to try and stay with Lulham and just use Lulham as a guide. Allow the race leader to tow you around. If he loses track of Chris Lulham, he will fall back into the clutches of this group on screen now. And there's the move from Kai Askey into turn number 2 over Alex Walker. Walker ran a little bit wide coming out of turn number 1, bounced over the curb, unsettled the cart, and Askey capitalised. Shihab Al-Habzi, 63.470, new fastest lap for the driver in 8th place. And to be fair to Evan Spenley, he's doing exactly the right thing. He is not trying to fight Chris Lulham, he's just trying to follow him and hope that Lulham, the pace that Lulham has, will keep him clear of the pack behind. However, Angus Moolsdale in cart number 23, as you can see on your screen, is closing in, and not into turn number 11, but he thought about making a move. Moolsdale is half a dozen cart lengths in front of Askey and Dimitrov, who are next in line. They complete lap number 4 of 8, so we're on lap number 5. Enzo Juli up into 6th position. Walker has slipped back to 7th. And Angus Moolsdale is beginning to push Evan Spenley back up to Chris Lulham. So Lulham is not getting away. And there's the proof. 1 minute 3.103 seconds. New fastest lap to Angus Moolsdale. And so Lulham isn't able to break the slipstream in the tow. Back at the pack, there's Daniel Traeger. You can see at the end of your screen trying to make a move on Senna Eckers for 14th place. Delano Van Hoff still down in 13th. And there's the move for second. Moolsdale passing Spenley for P2. Turn number 8, and Moolsdale now sets off behind Lulham, and that was quite a good move there from Moolsdale because it didn't cost him much momentum. In fact, he is closer than ever to Chris Lulham as they come in at turn number 11. Lulham runs a little bit wide there on the exit, the mechanics looking on nervously. Lulham just ran onto the concrete exit strips. That's cost him a little bit of momentum. Moolsdale is there. Will Angus Moolsdale dive to the inside into turn number 2? No, because Lulham defends. There's a change for 3rd place. Dimitrov now comes in on Spenley, but Spenley calmly gets back across to the inside for turn number 3 to hold on to 3rd position. Enzo Juli, 1 minute 02.785 seconds, fastest lap. There's the change for the lead. Angus Moolsdale gets alongside Chris Lulham, going into turn number 5. Takes over top spot on lap number 6. Well, Chris Lulham is surrounded by Fusion karts. It's Fusion 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, with Chris Lulham all on his own in 2nd. Lulham through turn number 10. The back of that group, Enzo Giuli in the number 19 kart, still in touch. But Chris Lulham has not been able to get straight back in on Angus Morsdale. Evan Spenley is keeping Chris Lulham honest. Then there's a slight gap to Dimitrov and Askey. There's Dimitrov in kart 1, 2, 3. Askey has a look. Kai Askey makes the move into turn number 2. Runs a little bit wide though. Dimitrov gets him back. Enzo Giuli watching this to see if he can spot an opening. And behind Giuli, Alex Walker, Isaac Hadjar and Shahib Al-Habsi aren't too far behind either. Near is Luis Del Bart or Eduardo Costa. In fact, all 15 karts are still pretty much in the same general area. There's no huge gaps developing. So one mistake from any of the front runners could mean the difference between first and last, especially as we're now approaching the business end of proceedings, with Angus Morsdale leading into turn 10. Lulham, Spenley, Dimitrov, Askey, Giuli and Walker. Here's Enzo Giuli briefly in kart number 19, chasing the number 15 of Kai Askey. That's for 5th position. And Angus Morsdale starts his final lap. Enzo Giuli starting to work over Georgi Dimitrov. Around the outside comes Isaac Hadjar in kart number 18. Can Hadjar make the move? No, he gets squeezed wide. Alex Walker actually passes Hadjar at the exit of turn number 2. Dimitrov's under real pressure, but Angus Morsdale isn't under any real pressure. As they head down towards turn number 5, Lulham isn't close enough to even think about a lunge up the inside. So, Morsdale coming out of turn 6 now has just got to try and maintain his composure. Lulham may get close enough into the final corner, but he's got Evan Spenley right behind him, and Spenley in kart number 33, if he can get to Lulham's rear bumper, he might make a move into this corner now. Into turn number 11, Morsdale hangs on. Lulham, Spenley, 2nd and 3rd. Askey, great drive from Kai Askey in 4th place, but it is going to be Scotland's Angus Morsdale in kart 23 who takes the checkered flag here in the 2nd Junior X30 race by just under half a second from Chris Lulham. Evan Spenley, the poleman, a well-deserved 3rd. That's 2 good runs for him so far. Kai Askey, another driver having a very, very good day on his X30 Euro Series debut. He finishes 4th. Georgi Dimitrov comes home in 5th position, just holding off Isaac Hadjar in 6th. Enzo Giuli in 7th. Alex Walker in 8th. 9th for Shihab Al-Habsi. And Eduardo Cosateng rounds out the top 10. Josh Dufek 11th. Delano Vanterhoff, have to say a disappointing 12th. Senna Eckers 13th. Dan Traeger 14th. And Luis Del Bart, well, I was saying that nobody had an issue. Luis Del Bart did have an issue somewhere and comes home half a minute down in 15th place. And yeah, the last lap he lost 30 seconds. So some form of agricultural based excursion for Del Bart on the final lap. So the juniors have completed their 2nd heat. We have 2 more heats to run before we break for lunch here at Karting Salisbury. They are for the 2 groups of senior X30 warriors. And this first senior X30 race, well, the next senior X30 race due to start at 40 minutes past the hour. That is in 6 minutes. No, what am I looking at there? That's it's Sunday. What am I talking about? It's due to start exactly at 1 o'clock local time, so 6 minutes away. The next senior race. There are the competitors getting settled down on the grid. So we will have 17 drivers in this race. led by the driver, driver that won his first heat, pole sitter Mark Kimber in kart number 248. Starting alongside Mark Kimber on the front row of the grid will be Maurizio Hernandez from Costa Rica, his Strawberry Racing teammate, and I have to say Maurizio very, very impressive in his first heat race. Obviously, I won't confess to being an expert in Costa Rican karting, although I'm sure that the general level is good. It's probably not as good as this, and Hernandez coping very well. There is João Ferreira, the Mad Croc kart, the Portuguese driver. Finished 5th in Genk, comes into today equal 5th in the championship with Nicholas Scholl. Nicholas Scholl is in kart number 225, also in this race. There's Konstantin Scholl actually standing next to the barriers there, fellow Austrian in the Jan Darms liveried race suit. The drivers, well, some of them choosing to sit, some of them choosing to just stand and relax. The grid will be as follows. Pole position number 248, Mark Kimber from Solihull in England. Alongside Mark on the front row of the grid, number 243, the Strawberry Racing liveried kart with the orange stripe down the side. That is Maurizio Hernandez from Costa Rica. Patrick Kibble in kart number 214. See Patrick's mechanic Andy Potter just walking through the bottom of the screen there. He will start 3rd for the Metro Group team. Then it is Ghani Rahane, Frenchman in kart number 242. Very impressive run from Ghani in the first heat. Can he repeat that now? On row number 3, Jan-Philippe Springgob from Germany in kart number 241, and the Israeli driver Ido Cohen for the Dan Holland Racing team. And Ido, best result so far for him this season in heat number 1, a top 3 efforts. Row 4, we'll see Jana Gewertz in kart number 212 from Belgium, and Austria's Nicholas Scholl in kart number 225. Row 5 will be Dutchman Rowan Grinvies in kart 223, and Frenchman Jason Vian in kart number 294. Row 6, Rashid Ghanem from the Lebanon in kart number 234, and alongside Rashid is Konstantin Scholl in kart 274. Patrick Degenbeck from Germany in kart 250 starts on the inside of row number 7 alongside João Ferreira in the number 240 Mad Croc kart. Then on row number 8 it's Tanponpang Sutumno, the Super Windforce driver from Thailand in kart 265, and Jacob Ang from Wak Wak Village in the Philippines. He starts on the outside of row number 8. Nicholas Bayet in kart number 229, the Cosmic chassis for the RSD Racing team. Nicholas will start in 17th position. The drivers now wait for the signal. So the yellow lights come on. There's the grid marshal Mario there just checking to see possibly if all the transponders are on properly. Now this will be an 11 lap race. The lights go green. That is the driver's signal that it is time to leave the demi-grid and head out onto the circuit for their second heat race. So all 17 drivers safely off the demi-grid. Kimber and Hernandez, the front row. Kibble and Rahan, row 2. Springob and Cohen, row 3. Gavertz and Scholl, row 4. Grinries and Vian, row 5. Ganem and Scholl, row 6. Dagenbeck and Ferreira, row 7. Sutumno and Ang, row 8. All on his own on row number 9, Nicholas Bayet. So Mark Kimber, well, he had to deal with the attention of Joey Van Splunteren in heat number 1. Van Splunteren goes in the next race. So who will step up to the plate to challenge Mark Kimber in this one? Well, there'll be no shortage of volunteers, I know that, as we start our second rolling lap. Around the turn 3 and 4 area we go. We'll see Mark Kimber begin to slow the field down now into their 2 rows. Mark Kimber doesn't want to have a false start because he doesn't want to get potentially moved to the back and have all his hard work from qualifying undone. He is relying on the fact that Maurizio Hernandez is a driver that, okay, he's in the same awning as him, but he doesn't know Maurizio. Will Maurizio anticipate the start like everyone else is able to? And so Kimber moves into turn number 11, that bright yellow cart, number 214, Patrick Kibble, on the outside of row number 2. Gani Rahane in that white and red machine on the outside of row 2. Kimber has the field at his disposal through turn number 12. There's João Ferreira going through the screen. Lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from the poleman. Mark Kimber, Patrick Kibble slots into second place. And that pushes Maurizio Hernandez down to 3rd. And a solid start there from 4th from, that might be Gani Rahane. Or maybe even Jan-Philippe Springob. Get a number check next time by. But it is Kimber from Kibble. So they go into turn number 5. Hernandez in 3rd place. Go through turn number 8. The first time it is Springob in 4th place in cart number 241. So a good start for the German driver, the HTP karting entry. Then it's the red and white cart of Raheen Ghani. Ghani Raheen, I do apologise. Raheen, very impressive in winning his first race, but he's got his work cut out here. Kimber not showing any signs of slowing down. A couple of drivers running wide back at turn number 3, and that has allowed the first, I'd say, 7 drivers to get away. It is the first 7. There's a big gap back to 8th place, which I believe could be Roman Grinries. We'll have to check next time around. But there is the move for 2nd place. Maurizio Hernandez passes Patrick Kibble, but Kibble at turn number 8 passes him straight back. So Hernandez dove in a little bit too deep into turn number 8, made the move briefly, but then couldn't get the cart slowed down and just kind of ran wide on the apex, at the exit of the corner, which allowed Kibble to retake the place. All this is helping Mark Kimber tremendously, because as you can see, he suddenly got himself a nice little advantage as Hernandez now trying to hold off. Oh, it's 3 wide. Trying to hold off Jan-Philippe Springob, who is around the outside and managed to hang on. That is Raheen Ghani in cart number 242. Ghani Raheen, rather, in that scrap as well. And they're 2-3 wide into turn number 5. And Ido Cohen picks up a place. finally, number 242, Kani Raheen makes the move stick. Can he now make inroads into the top 3? Ido Cohen and Jan-Philippe Springgob side by side. That allows the P1 Racing machine of number 212, Jana Gewurz, into the top 6. We start lap number 4 out of 11. Lots of chopping and changing at the second hairpin. Ido Cohen loses a place to Jana Gewurz, so Gewurz now up into 5th position, Cohen back to 6th. Kimber continues to head the way. Patrick Kibble has got back past Mauricio Hernandez, so Kibble back into P2, and now half a second in front of the Costa Rican driver, 1.5 seconds behind race leader Mark Kimber, but that could be 1.5 hours for all Kibble cares, because Kimber is a world champion and isn't prone to making unnecessary mistakes. The leaders start lap number 5 out of 11. Kimber's lead has grown to 1.7 seconds. New fastest lap last time around for Mark Kimber, 62.408 seconds. So it's almost as if to say, don't try it, boys, because you're not going to catch me. He just bangs in a new fast lap the minute that the minute that Kibble and Hernandez are line astern, not a single file, not side by side. But they're not single file now, because Hernandez passes Kibble up at turn number 8 for P2. Will Kibble fight straight back? Not yet. He's prepared to push Mauricio Hernandez, for the time being at least. Behind them, Gani Rahane runs in 4th place. Yanni Gewurz is 6th. 7th is Ido Cohen. Then it's Jan-Philippe Springgob in 8th. Nicholas Scholl 9th. So not so much to Nicholas Scholl. He's had a poor opening part of the race. And then Mr. Rahan rather, in 12th. Chatumno is 13th. Bayet 14th. Vian 15th. Degenbeck is next. Leaders on lap number 6. There is Mauricio Hernandez holding off Patrick Kibble for 2nd place. Through turn number 8. No change behind Kibble. Kani Rahane pushing that number 242 cart hard to try and catch them. No one is catching Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber crossed the line once again. And the gap grows from 2.09 seconds. Only by over a tenth that lap. 2.1 seconds, so not huge difference. João Ferreira has moved his way up into 6th position at the expense of Ido Cohen. Then it's Nicholas Scholl and Rashid Ghanem in 9th. But João Ferreira enjoying the weather, enjoying the track. He's enjoying this result at the moment because he's moving up. There was a thought I saw a brief waved yellow flag there from a marshal point, although it may be my eyes playing tricks on me. No playing tricks on Mark Kimber at the moment. He's well clear. Hernandez still holds off Kibble, with Rahan in 4th place, closing in on them. Then it's Gewurz and Ferreira, the top 6. On to another lap goes the race leader, Mark Kimber. Into turn number 2, and now in towards turn number 3. Hernandez holds off Kibble. As we head down the back straight, Patrick Kibble will try and use the slipstream as best he can. You can see him crouched over in his seat. little bit because he is closed in by a couple of kart lengths on Mauricio Hernandez. They come through turn number 12 now. We're going to complete lap number 8 and go on to lap number 9. Kibble has to try and make the move stick. Now we're into turn number 11. Still, Kibble not close enough to pass Hernandez, to even think about passing Hernandez. Hernandez not quick enough to stay with Mark Kimber, whose lead was 2.59 at the end of lap number 7. At the end of lap number 8, it is 2.65. So Kimber continues to squeeze away. Through turn 5, see the gap between Kimber and the battle for second place. It's going to be over 3 seconds before long, especially if Hernandez keeps missing apexes and inviting Kibble to race side by side with him. Kibble certainly doesn't want to hang about because he's got that number 242 kart of Gani Rahane bearing down on him. Turn 11, no change. Hernandez just keeping himself very focused. He hasn't looked over his shoulder yet. He's probably going to have a little quick glance in a minute. There he goes. Drivers tend to do that when they're on straights and they know that they're not going to miss an apex by not looking where they're going. Now, Gani Rahane trying to pass Patrick Kibble for third, but that wasn't happening. There he goes again. Kibble once again holds him off. Patrick Kibble having the weekend of his career so far, and is taking full advantage of the fact that not everybody got their setup quite right in qualifying yesterday, whereas he did. Kimber's lead now 3.3 seconds. Kibble, the battle between Kibble and Rahane, the best on circuit, that is for third place. But Mark Kimber just streaking away at the front. Now 3.5 seconds up the road. That's gonna grow even more when Hernandez and Kibble finally start battling, and I'm sure they will at some point. So Kimber into turn number 5 for the last time. Under no pressure. Then it is Hernandez. Kibble's dropped back, and Kibble has actually dropped back into the clutches of Rahane. So Patrick Kibble, as opposed to trying to take second place, is now going to try and just hang on to third, because here comes Rahane in that number 242 kart, sizing him up through turn number 8. Will he get the undercut going into turn number 9? No. Behind Rahane is Jana Gewurz in 5th. Then João Ferreira, Ido Cohen, Nicholas Scholl, and John Philippe Springob and Rashid Ghanem. But Mark Kimber, absolutely faultless. He crosses the line, takes the checkered flag, and another win, this time in dominant fashion. So Kimber celebrating 2 wins out of 2. So Kimber, by 3.7 seconds, takes the second, or the third X30 senior qualifying heat of 4 that we have before lunch. The next race, which will be the last race before the lunch break, will have a quick break and then be back after the lunch break. But Kimber, Hernandez, Kibble, Rahane, Gewurz, your top 5. Ferreira, Nicholas Scholl, Cohen, Springob and Ghanem, your top 10. Grinvies, Constantine Scholl, in 12th, followed by Chatumno, Bayet, Jacob Ang, Patrick Degenbeck and Jason Vian, the remaining finishers. In fact, once again, all 17 karts that started this race
finished it. So we have one race to go before we break for lunch. It is the 4th of 6 Senior X30 races. Here looking at Milan Petele in kart number 238, the Praga kart driver. The only driver on the Praga chassis here this weekend, and he is desperate for some good fortune. He has been so quick, both at the Winter Cup in Valencia and at the first round in Genk, just completely bereft of luck. Can he correct that situation in the next 11 laps? Pole position will be number 273, Joey van Splunteren. Niels Koelen, his Signmind Racing teammate, will start second. Gillian Ley and Milo Lichterlein on row 2, followed by Jack Deakin and championship leader Jordan Brown Nutley in kart number 244. The kart you're looking at on the screen now is the empty M Sport kart of Oliver Clark, kart number 251. It's no longer empty. And Oliver, who starts last on this 17 kart grid, came through to finish in the top 3 earlier on. Can he do the same thing again? Drivers now sat. Van Splunteren and Koelen, all Dutch front row. In fact, with Milo Lichterlein in 4th, that's 3 Dutchmen on the front 2 rows of the grid. Gillian Ley from France. As you can see with the bright yellow and red crash helmet, the black race suit. An all British 3rd row, Jack Deakin and Jordan Brown Nutley. Then it's Ethan Tan from Singapore in kart 220, and Christopher Cheney, kart number 266, he's from France. Then in all French 5th row, Charles Tesnieri and Romain Bonetto. Row 6, Jonathan Brown and Brett Ward. Brett Ward making good progress in Heat 1. Then it is Christian Christoph and Marius Solly Paulsen, Manuel Galofre-Tournier, Milan Petele and Oliver Clark round out your 17 kart field. Very shortly they'll be given the signal to go. Wait for the signal to be given. Well, Brett Ward in kart number 202, he came through the pack like an Exocet missile this morning. Evolution Racing driver will be trying to do the same thing again. A few other people that have got something to say about that. Oliver Clark, another one that'll be looking to come through, and so will João Ferreira. Well, João Ferreira would be, but he's not in this race. I do apologise, I was looking at a different list. Milan Petele is the driver I meant. Can Milan make some significant inroads as well? The man they all have to beat is 25-year-old Joey van Splunteren, 2010 European Senior Rotax champion. Van Splunteren coming back from a near 7-year hiatus from karting. And here we go, out onto the circuit for the last time this morning. 17 Senior X30s for 11 laps. Van Splunteren, Koelen, Ley, Lichterlein, Deakin, Brown, Nutley, Tan, Cheney, Tesnieri, Bonetto, Brown, Ward, Christoph, Paulsen, Galofre-Tournier, Petele, and Clark. So, Joey Van Splunteren will lead them round the first of 2 rolling laps. Then he will get them into 2 lines, nice and steadily before the start. And through your screen goes number 252. That is the Croc Promotions UK kart of Jack Deakin. This is Jack's first major international event. I think he's enjoying the experience, even though a ladder fell on him earlier on. He was walking around with a bit of an ice pack in one of his hands, but he's okay. So, the experience of Van Splunteren, the inexperience of Niels Coulan, but I bet you Niels Coulan will try and just lock onto Van Splinteren's rear bumper and stick with his mentor. So, Van Splinteren with that yellow and blue flame livery design on his crash helmet, very distinctive indeed. Coulan with the all black crash helmet, then the bright yellow and orange kart of number 249 Gillian Lay, Jez kart entry. It's a red speed chassis under there. Number 244 is Jordan Brown Nutley, your championship leader, and off we go. And it's a great start from Van Splunteren. It's an even better start though from Gillian Lay to take second place. Oh, and there's a big bunch going through the first, or turn number 2. They all somehow scrambled clear. Niels Coulan has lost a bit of ground. I think only far as back as 4th place. Milo Lichterlein has moved into P3. A couple of drivers running off track at the back of the field, but up at the front, change of lead. Gillian Lay up the inside of Joey Van Splunteren for P1, and he takes over. Milo Lichterlein is next. So Van Splunteren knows he's in a battle now. Then it is Niels Coulan in 4th place. Van Splunteren comes straight back up the inside of Gillian Lay, and Milo Lichterlein goes through as well. Lichterlein, and oh no, he doesn't go through because the number 249 kart of Gillian Lay was strong through turn number 9 and fended him off. Behind them, looks like Jordan Brown Nutley into P4. Coulan down to 5th. Then it is number 202 Brett Ward. No, sorry, that's not number 202. That's number 220 possibly. Ethan Tan. Yes, it is. In the 6th position. Well, Van Splunteren now beginning to defend already, and that's very early to start defending. Gillian Lay and Milo Lichterlein are right there. So is Jordan Brown Nutley. Coulan is 5th. Tan, Bonetto 7th. 6th and 7th rather. But it is Van Splunteren who leads as Brown Nutley now picks off Milo Lichterlein in kart number 219. So the championship leader, the Dan Holland Racing number 244, moves into P3, and now he moves into P2 at the expense of Gillian Lay. And Lay, despite having the inside line coming out of that hairpin, was not able to put the power down smoothly and cleanly enough to get back up in front of Jordan Brown Nutley. So championship leader Brown Nutley moving in on Van Splinteren's race lead at the moment. Here's Niels Coulan in kart number 313 doing a good job of hanging on. Jack Deakin has fallen back a little bit. Now I saw 2 drivers running off circuit earlier on, coming out of turn 4. I think one of them was Jack Deakin, and one of them may have been Manuel Galofre Tournier, and I'm not sure if Tournier has come in or not. I think he may have retired. Out he goes in the number 333 cart, so obviously he's known something was wrong and had it fixed as Gillian Lay passes Van Splunteren for second place. Jordan Brown Nutley leads. Great gaggle. Brown Nutley back into his traditional position. Van Splunteren struggling to hold on now. That battle with Gillian Lay didn't help. Now looking down, we have, well, Oliver Clark's up to 7th, Brett Ward is up to 6th. There's the number 215 cart of Jonathan Brown making a move. There's Brett Ward passing Niels Coolen. So Brett Ward in cart 202 is up at the 5th position now. Jordan Brown Nutley in clean air, a 102.598 lap. He leads by 1.5 seconds over Van Splunteren, Lay. It's Ethan Tan up next in 4th place. Then it's Niels Coolen in 5th. Brett Ward is 6th. Oliver Clark from 17th to 7th. Romain Bonetto licked the line. And then the number 224 cart of Charles Tesnieri runs out the top 10. Jonathan Brown is 11th. Then it's Christian Christoph. Milan Petele disappointing, and side by side again Van Splunteren, and a little bit of contact there. Van Splunteren and Gillian Lay, just a slight touch there. Hope that hasn't dislodged Van Splunteren nose cone, because, well, if it has, he's not letting it bother him, because he goes up the inside of Lay into turn number 2. Lay squeezed him all the wheel to wheel, and who's going to capitalise? Brett Ward is going to capitalise to take 3rd position, but the person capitalising most of all is the race leader Jordan Brown Nutley. Another new fastest lap, 1 minute 2.413, 3.5 second lead. Van Splunteren somehow manages to scramble back into 2nd place. Brett Ward is on 3rd. Brett Ward is 4th. Then it is Gillian Lay. It's battle for 2nd place. 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers involved. Van Splunteren leads it. All the way back to Niels Coolen in 8th position, 7th position rather. The battle actually goes back to 8th place. Number 224, Charles Tesnieri. And ooh, that's a move there. Oliver Clark on a bit of a mission. There is the pass being made. That's Brett Ward now moving into 2nd place at the expense of Joey Van Splunteren. So while Mark Kimber enjoys a 4.5 second lead, Brett Ward, who is 2nd in the championship at the moment, just 4 points behind Brown Nutley, moves into P2. Van Splunteren trying to fight straight back though, and literally shoveling Brett Ward along. And just behind them, that blue and white cart, that is number 251, Oliver Clark. Great drive once again. Gillian Lay has been dropped a little bit into 5th position. Then another gap back to the 6th place battle. Tesnieri, Coolen, Ethan Tan licked the line, and Jonathan Brown. But it is lap number 7 now in the books, or running lap number 7 rather. Mark Kimber is miles in front. He's going through turn 6, and the rest of the leaders aren't even into turn number 5 yet. Jack Deakin's picking up a few people. He's passed Galofre Tonya, who has been into the pits, possibly had a nose cone refitted, which you're permitted to do, but not after a race or at the side of the circuit. And he's still on the lead lap. Jordan Brown Nutley on lap number 7 now. Brett Ward trying to scramble clear. Oliver Clark now into 3rd place at the expense of Joey Van Splunteren. Can Van Splunteren fight back? Not this time. Well, Clark has passed more drivers than anyone else today already. The leaders, well, second place battle goes through turn number 5, the end of that straight. Oliver Clark trying to catch Brett Ward, but also trying to pull away from Joey Van Splinteren, which is easier said than done. And it's Gillian Lay, Ethan Tan, the number 224 cart of Charles Tesnieri. Niels Coolen, again, solid job from Niels to come up to be running in 8th place. Jonathan Brown, Milo Lichterlein, Milan Petele. There is, briefly on your screens, the race leader, Jordan Brown Nutley. Van Splinteren now coming under a little bit of pressure from Gillian Lay. More Brown Nutley need this to calm his nerves, because obviously the first race wasn't great. His grip positions aren't great. So this is a very welcome boost. It's going to be a pretty comprehensive boost as well, because the rest of the pack are some 6 seconds behind him. Here's a scrap on the screen now. That is the number 252. Oh, 3 wide and a bit of contact there. Romain Bonetto, Jack Deacon and Maria Soli Polson, by the looks of it. Brett Ward checks over his shoulder, and Oliver Clark is catching Brett Ward. Oliver Clark on lap number 10 out of 11, catching the driver that is currently second in the championship standings, finished second in last year's championship. Can he hold off a charging Oliver Clark? Well, even if Oliver doesn't make the move and stays third, that's still a much better improvement in terms of grid positions for the pre-final and final. Closing stages now. Ward and Clark, second and third. Sorry, third and fourth, to apologise. Well, there goes Brown Nutley onto his final lap. Not a lot to say, what a dominant performance. As soon as he gets to the front, he can just drive away from the rest. Who is going to take second? Will it be Brett Ward, who has it at the moment, or number 251, Oliver Clark, who wants it? Number 273, Van Splinteren, is still there in 4th place. Not a factor for the top 3 positions. But what can you say about this driver? He's going to win an 11-lap kart race by 60 seconds. Into turn number 10. Now at turn 11. Brown Nutley. 1 corner to go. Just clips the curb at the inside of the apex. Doesn't let it affect him. Takes the checkered flag. Let's try to start a new winning streak now for the driver of kart 244, the Dan Holland Racing driver. Behind them, Brett Ward and Oliver Clark flash across the line, separated by just 1/10 of a second. Finishes second for Ward, third for Clark, both very good drives. Van Splinteren in 4th place, Gillian Lay is 5th, Ethan Tan 6th, Jonathan Brown 7th, Charles Tesnieri is 8th, then it is Niels Coolen in 9th, Matthias Lichterlein 10th, Milan Petele 11th, then Christian Hristov, the Bulgarian driver, in 12th, followed by Jack Deakin, Romain Bonetto, Maria Soli Polson and Christopher Shiney. Manuel Golofre-Tournier failed to finish. Or rather, he did finish, I do apologise, but he was a couple of laps down at the end. But 6.5 seconds is a massive margin in karting. field will head back to Parc Fermé. In they go, and that concludes this morning's part of the race meeting. We now have a break for lunch here at the circuit. So for those of you watching the live stream via Telemundi Media, the next race, race number 9 on the programme, that is due to start at 3 o'clock Central European Time, 2 o'clock in the UK. We will be back about 10 minutes before that at about 10 to 3 UK time, and there is the Manuel Galofre Tournier cart waiting for the recovery vehicle to come and collect it, and well, a rather unhappy looking Spaniard watching it on the side of the circuit, and it does look as though that nose cone has taken a bit of a thwack. The medical team are there, so maybe they're just on their way to have a little look before they get their sandwiches. But Manuel's okay, his cart will be fixed and ready for heat number 3. So thank you very much for joining us this morning, and we'll be back in around about half an hour's time, or thereabouts. No, I do apologise, just before 3 o'clock local time. See you then. Well, good afternoon once again, everybody. Welcome to Salbris in France. The last 4 heats of the X30 Kart Prix of France are set to get underway very shortly. A big thank you to those of you tuning in from wherever you are in the world via Telemundi Media, and very shortly, to you sir as well, very shortly we will be starting with the third and final X30 mini heat of the day. Each driver, each one of the 57 X30 warriors who are here in France this weekend have completed 2 heat races. They have 1 heat race to go. At the end of this race, the grid points for tomorrow morning's pre-final will have been decided. No championship points up for grabs today, just grid points. The championship points get dished out tomorrow. There is young Diego Larocque doing his traditional pre-race shaking of the hands of his rivals, and Diego has been in fine form this morning. So the X30 minis now settle themselves down onto the grid. The results from this morning's race as well. Laurens van Hoppen won the opening race on the road, was then given a time penalty for jumping the start, which demoted him to second place and promoted Diego Larocque to the race win. And Larocque then went on to win race number 2 as well from Van Hoppen. The poleman, Bart Plug, has yet to take a top 2 finish. Finishes of 3rd in heat 1 and another 3rd in heat number 2. Bart will be looking to make amends in heat 3, but we are enjoying a relative period of climatic calm here in north central France. The weather has been changeable over the last 2 days, and indeed at the start of the lunch break there were a few droplets of moisture in the sky, but they have dissipated. There is blue skies scattered between the clouds all around the circuit. You can see in the foreground of the camera shots that there are still some fairly significant swimming pools of water as a result of the torrential rain that we had on Thursday afternoon and the spectacular thunderstorm that we endured at about 20 minutes or so after qualifying finished yesterday. And at the back of the screen there you can see some of the trucks going past on the A71 highway. That is the highway that leads from the town of Salbris, which is a very small town in the Val de Loire region of France. We're about 10 minutes south of that town. There's about 6,000 residents. And we're about 2 and a bit hours south of Paris. It takes you, as anybody who has come from the UK over to Salbris before will tell you, it's about 2 hours once you get out of Paris and about 4 hours once you approach Paris, because getting through or around Parisian traffic is a mission in itself. But just to give you some idea, yeah, we're about as equidistant from the east coast of France as the west coast, or the western border of France rather. And the medical team getting themselves into position. Of course, the marshals and medical staff, the most important people in all of racing, and I know that there are lots of British drivers here this weekend carrying the Billy Whiz graphics on their carts and helmet strips, and of course those of you that watching from the UK will know that we're very, very grateful that kart racing and motorsport in general has such good medical and safety cover. That was evidenced at Donington Park last month. So the engines are revving, and it's interesting, these paddock shots, they're fantastic. That's in the centre of your shot there, that is the lady who has travelled nearly 9,000 kilometres to get here. That's Diego LaRocque's mum watching nervously on from Phoenix, Arizona. I'm not quite sure what they were playing, you know, rock, paper, scissors or something, you know, the people in the shot there, but obviously this is an international, very colourful circus, if you want. Drivers, teams, families circumnavigate the globe together, and it's France this week. The next round it'll be Germany at the end of July, and then the final round will be Italy in September. Because we started in Belgium last month. A lot of these drivers, they will find themselves racing in all sorts of countries all over the world. And it is an itinerant, high-speed circus of oil, petrol and adrenaline. And the 8 X30 Mini drivers will be experiencing that adrenaline right now. The moments before that yellow flashing light changes to green, when the butterflies are at their worst. The minute that the light goes green and they're out onto the rolling lap, the nerves disappear and the racing instinct takes over. But the waiting is the worst part, and the top of the shot there in the white shirt, that's Roland Geidel, who's observing his paddock. Here we go, out onto this 1,495 metre circuit, 12 corners, each corner slightly different, certainly no computer designed track. This, every corner has its own little unique quirks and personalities, but it does make for some fantastic racing. The drivers heading down the back straight now into turn number 5. There's a very long straight. See, it's not straight at all, but it is flat out. So it'll be Bart Plug in kart number 917 on pole position, the Dutchman. Alongside him his countryman Lawrence van Hoppen, kart number 913. Diego LaRocque in kart number 915 will start from 3rd on the grid. Then Louis Hofbeck suffered an exclusion in the previous race in kart number 911. He starts 4th. Then it is an all-Belgian 3rd row. Kimi Abraham in kart number 927 and Amaury Mertens in kart number 923. On the final row, Max Meyer from Spain and Sita van Meert from Belgium, the young lady who has been extremely quick here so far this weekend. Can Bart Plug finally get over the line first? He has been thwarted in both heats so far. They come out of turn number 4, down the back straight. You can see very other little circuit variants here at Salbris. There are different circuit variants, different championships. For direct drive karts, for gearbox karts, there's obviously the rental circuit here as well. Through turn number 6, the 2 CRG karts, the Kaiser racing kart of Plug, the WJS racing kart of Van Hoppen. Then the Peter de Bruyne racing blue and white Falcon chassis of LaRocque. On the outside of row to the out of turn number 8. Out of turn number 12. On to the tram lines. Here we go. Lights are out. 7 laps of racing. And oh, wheels clashing there. That is Kimi Abraham and Amaury Martins who have managed to come together, but they both continue. Oh, and there's a collision down at turn number 2. Louis Hofbeck gets shuffled wide. The cosmic cart of Kimi Abrahams in the mix there. Front, that's allowed the top 2 to escape. The Rock is now to the inside of Bart Plug to take the lead away from the poleman. Lawrence Van Hoppen's back in 3rd position. It's Laurent Plug, then Van Hoppen. Everybody else managed to sort themselves out. There's a bit of bustling and shoving there in the first lap. It's the case today. And Kim Abraham have all managed to come together coming out of turn number 10. That has delayed them significantly. But it's Laroque and Plug. 1-2 coming out of turn number 2 into turn number 3 at the start of lap 2 of 7. Now through turn 4. And you can see Laroque taking a much more sweeping line through turn number 4, and that has given him extra boost down the back straight. Plug not able to use the slipstream because Plug took a narrower line into turn number 4, and of course Laroque couldn't have used that line if he was under pressure, but he knew that Plug was not close enough to try and make a pass. But now Bart Plug is closing in, and Van Hoppen also now closing back towards the leaders. Van Hoppen has gone quickest of all through the 2nd sector. So he's going to try and make it a 3-cart battle for the lead. Amaury Martins in 4th, then Sita van Meert in 5th. These 5 are clear of everybody else. Meyer is 6th, Abraham 7th, Hofbeck is 8th. As we complete lap number 2, Plug checks over his shoulder. He sees fellow CRG driver Van Hoppen looming large in his, his rear view mirror, in his rear view. Soon Van Hoppen is going to be able to get the nose of that number 913 cart right on Plug's rear bumper right about now, and will start shoveling his countryman up towards the race lead. That gap is now nothing through turn 5 into turn number 6. Laroque still leads, but by not much. Now up to turn 8, the very top end of the circuit. To the right of the drivers and the raised area is where a lot of the teams in the paddock are based. Looking down through turn 9 and into turn number 10, the top 3 now nose to tail. Laroque trying to make it a clean sweep of heat victories. The 2 Dutch drivers, and Plug misses his apex there into turn number 11. That allows Van Hoppen to get alongside, but he's on the outside line for turn number 12, and now Van Hoppen will have no choice but to try and push Bart Plug along again, and maybe have a look at the inside into turn number 2. Will Van Hoppen jink to the inside? Yes, he will, but only because Plug is going up the inside as well, trying to pass Laroque for the race lead. Now Van Hoppen gets to the inside, and Plug fighting back side by side. Sita van Meert has taken 4th place. Well, actually, Sita van Meert is about to take 3rd. Is she? No, she does a fastest lap of 1 minute 9.780, and the battle for 2nd is on, and look how much Diego Laroque has cleared away by. Just in the space of those 2-3 corners, Laroque has opened up a 20, make it 30 kart length lead. And there goes Van Hoppen again into the inside of Plug at turn number 8. Plug holds off Van Hoppen, but Bart Plug was gesturing there saying, oh come on, look, he's getting away. Exactly what happened in the first race, and it's happened again, and Diego Laroque still on his own and is still battling side by side for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Amaury Martins in that cosmic cart
back of this group. Van Hoppen and Plug simply cannot decide who is going to lead this train. At the moment it's Plug, Van Hoppen looking racy, Van Meert almost sticking her nose in at the inside of Van Hoppen. There goes Sita Van Meert in the P1 Racing number 912 cart, but she cannot make the move. Plug trying not to drive too defensively because that's going to slow him down. We're on lap number 5 out of 7, and in the space of one lap, Diego Larocque has got a 2 and a bit second lead. Unless Van Hoppen can really work now and push Plug along, that is it as far as the race for the victory has gone. Still Van Hoppen now just peppering Plug's rear bumper with CRG sticker kits as he tries to wrestle second place away from his countryman, but also try and get away now from Van Meert and Amaury Mertens into turn number 10 on lap 5. Larocque, Plug runs a bit wide coming out of turn 10, bounces over the curb. That opens the door for Laurens Van Hoppen. He makes the move, and Laurens will now be able to defend into turn number 12, so Bart Plug cannot pass his countryman, or can he? Plug back inside, wheel to wheel. They touch tyre to tyre, and this is at over 65, 70 kilometres an hour. Mertens now to the inside, into P2. Amaury Mertens runs a bit wide coming out of turn number 2. Plug and Van Hoppen side by side for third. Sita Van Meert is quicker than all of them, but the track is blocked by carts. She can't go anywhere. Larocque's lead 3 seconds. Great scrap for P2. There goes Plug to the inside of Mertens. Mertens comes across at turn number 5. 4 wide. Oh my goodness me. Sita Van Meert goes. They come back on. There's Mertens and Plug coming back on. And Sita Van Meert and Laurens Van Hoppen managed to squeeze through. But Sita Van Meert makes it 4 wide in the middle of a corner. It was never going to work. And the two drivers on the outside, Bart Plug and Amaury Mertens, took to the grass. They both came back on at turn number 6. And Sita Van Meert and Laurens Van Hoppen had to kind of cycle their way through the middle of the circuit. Both Mertens and Plug have come back on the track. They're still nose to tail, but down in 4th and 5th places. So the final lap begins. Diego Larocque leads by 5 seconds. Sita Van Meert defending P2 from Laurens Van Hoppen into turn number 2. Van Hoppen can't get at the inside into turn number 3. He'll try the crossover move, but can he get to the outside? Will Sita Van Meert squeeze him wide, or he's going to try the undercut onto the back straight? Has he got the momentum? Van Meert comes across to the inside. Has she left enough room? She has left just enough room, but Van Hoppen cannot make the move into turn 5. Now into turn number 6. Van Meert runs a bit wide. Van Hoppen's got the momentum. Can Van Hoppen make the move? Yes, he cuts across the front of Van Meert's cart to take the inside line to turn number 8. Laurens Van Hoppen almost suckered Sita Van Meert into that move through turn number 9. Now turn 10. No one's made a move into turn 10 yet, and they're not going to do so now. It's a very risky place. But Diego Larocque has just got one corner to go around turn number 12. What an easy win it turned out to be for Diego Larocque. 3 out of 3 for the American driver. And that is a solid result. A good day for Diego. Van Hoppen just beat Sita Van Meert to the line by just over 1/10 of a second. Bart Plug comes home in 4th place, just in front of Amaury Mertens after their penultimate lap excursions. And then Max Meyer finishing in 6th position, Kimi Abraham 7th, and Libby Hofbeck in 8th. But that was a great battle the second, and 76.5 kilometres an hour average speed there for Diego Larocque. And you would think, 6 seconds, he absolutely dominated that race. Well, no, he only dominated it eventually because the other drivers allowed him to. Bart Plug and Laurens Van Hoppen, their battle allowed him to escape, and of course when two karts start battling and slowing each other down, then the drivers behind, in this case Amaury Mertens and Sita Van Meert, catch them, and it goes from a 2-kart scrap to a 4-kart scrap, and then you've got 4 karts going side by side around one corner. And we saw what happened then. But Diego Larocque, you can watch that back on the cameras later on Telemundi Media, and
of a little chuckle to himself. The next race will be the final heat for the Junior X30s coming up in a few short moments. The karts coming out onto the dummy grid now. Take you through the grid very shortly. They're the mechanics leading the karts out onto the grid. 15 karts in total. This morning we had wins for in a piece. One driver that has not yet found his way onto the top step of the podium is the number 1 European champion Chris Lullum, although in heat number 2, Lullum off, just having a quick chat with fellow Fusion mechanic Joe Bullen. Joe Bullen Georgie Dimitrovs checking over there, and Joe Bullen going to sit down with Kasky, his driver this weekend, for a couple of last-minute words of advice. Dan Traeger in the Tony Kart race suit standing up there, chatting away with his mechanic, and the privateer drivers in this field, showing that you can still come to a European without the big teams, just as a privateer, and be competitive. There's a Zach Kart entry of wants to be one of the last drivers to sit himself down, and Zach, so far he has finished well. He's up 13th in the opening heat, then improved in heat number 2 and actually came home in the top 6, so see drivers just gaining experience as the weekend progresses. And the 43 kart there, that's our first competitor this season from Oman. That is Shihab Al Habzi, and running for the M Sport team. Behind him, Senna Eckers in the number 12 kart. Senna, Dutch driver, racing for the HTV Kart Academy, mechanic. Senna 6th in the championship, but has not been on the pace of the front runners yet this weekend. Gordon Walsh there, chatting away to Chris Lullum, Peter Sexton racing driver. Hello Macaulay, give us a wave. Thank you very much. And Macaulay, former driver. A lot of these mechanics, former racers as well, so they know what well, they're supposed to know what they're talking about. Not quite sure they all do. But now the mechanics are guided from the grid, and they will go off to their mechanic stand. And Macaulay, they were just chatting away with Jacob Stilp. Now this is a serious thing. Jacob Stilp there with the Mad Croc team. The Mad Croc team in the UK suffered a
one motor taken, which tells you that the person or persons who decided to have an uninvited look around their workshop, shall we say, knew what they were looking for. But if you look online, the Mad Croc team from the UK be very grateful that the karting community could maybe not only just come together to potentially return the equipment, but also to make sure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands and is used. Of course, with every engine in karting has got serial numbers, and every component of every engine has got serial numbers which are logged. And of course, whenever you go to an event, you go into scrutineering, the serial numbers of the engines are taken down by the scrutineering team, and if that serial number turns up at any kart race, then people will know that it is not theirs, so to speak. But anyway, that is the serious part. The grid, we'll see number 33, Evan Spenley. Fusion Motorsport, French driver now based in the UK, starting in pole position. Angus Woolsdale, Scottish driver in kart number 23, will start on the outside of row 1. Georgi Dimitrov, Bulgarian-born, Manchester based. 1, 2, 3. Luis Delbart, great qualifying effort yesterday in the wet, struggling a little bit for pace in the dry in kart 1, 1, 2, but starting 4th. Then it is Alexander Walker for the Mad Croc team in kart 25, and Chris Lullum, defending champion for Piers Saxton Racing, on the outside of row 3. Kai Aski on the inside of row 4, the youngest driver in the class. In kart number 15, starting 7th, alongside Josh Dufek from Germany in the number 39 kart. Row number 5, Enzo Jouli from France and Dan Traeger from Denmark. Row 6, Isaac Hadjar from France and Shihab Al-Habzi from Oman. Row 7, Delano van 't Hoff from the Netherlands and Senna Eckers, his countryman, and Eduardo Costeng from the Philippines rounds out the 15 kart field for what will be an 8-lap heat race. Multi-coloured grid. I mentioned it earlier, but for those of you tuning in just this afternoon and thinking, well, he's just commentators just said that the guy on pole is French and there's a British flag next to him. Well, Evan Spenley racing under a British licence, now based in the UK. The same goes for Georgi Dimitrov. They are, who's based in the UK and races under a British licence, but actually give them pride in their home nation. As the drivers head off onto the second rolling lap, see just the flow of this circuit. It's a very, very expansive venue. One of the more modern kart circuits. And this circuit was first opened in 1993, which is still quite modern, but it's as modern as a lot of the 21st century circuits, that they try and fit as much track into the smallest parcel of land possible, which is, good in some respects, but yet, obviously you're restricted then into the type of layouts that you can use. This, they just went, have field, we'll build. That was the basic premise of Salbris. Now, Evan Spenley and Angus Woolsdale bring the field under rolling lap conditions.
We are off and racing here in Salisbury, and it's a good clean start, and Evan Spenley losing out to Georgi Dimitrov. Dimitrov in kart 1, 2, 3, passing the poleman, and Angus Moolsdale also going with the Bulgarian turned Mancunian. Now Moolsdale at the end of the back straight takes over the race lead. Well, Evan Spenley now finds himself back in traffic. Can he move forward? Because that is into fourth place. Oh, that's the number 18. That's Enzo Giuli battling away with the number 19 kart of the number 18 kart of Zach Hadjar. And Alex Walker ends up into third place. Good start from Alex Walker. Then it's Spenley in fourth. Then it's Hadjar at the fifth. Fellow Frenchman Enzo Giuli in sixth. As we complete lap number 1. Hyaski runs in 7th, then Delano Van't Hoff in 8th, Josh Dufek is 9th, poor start for Chris Lullum, down into 10th place. Eduardo Cosseteng has moved up into P11, followed by Luis Delbart. So fortunately for the Belgian driver, not had a great first lap. Then Traeger, Eckers and Shiab Al-Habsi has dropped to the back of the pack, but Angus Moolsdale, the Glaswegian driver, is trying to get away at the start. He's 8/10 up on Georgi Dimitrov, and he's got that little bit of extra experience in this class and in this championship. Dimitrov under pressure from Alexander Walker. Walker, who's wanting to get the new Mad Croc sticker kit as much airtime as possible. Well, he's doing a decent job of it by sending the number 25 kart up near to the business end of this race through turn number 11, and Evan Spenley now holding off a very, very impressively driven number 18 kart of Zach Hadjar. So Hadjar, first time out in this championship, trying to pass his fellow countryman and pole sitter. Then it's the CBK number 19 of Enzo Giuli. That's Josh Dufek in the number 39 kart, having a little nibble up the inside of Delano Van't Hoff at turn number 2. Did he make the move? You is side by side still. Yes, he did. But up at the front, Dimitrov in second, holding off Walker. But here, oh no, the Alexander Walker was thinking about making a move. I know that there's a contingency from Crop Promotions here from the UK. There's also a contingency here from Portugal. And during the lunch break, the two contingencies formed an international alliance around the barbecue that also involved the consumption of several bottles of red-coloured fermented grape-based product that seemed to have gone down well. And whatever the mechanic had to drink at lunchtime, he seems to have done the job, and he's managed to tweak on the right setup for Alex Walker's kart. Although, I wonder if Zach Hadjar's mechanic was at the same barbecue, because Isaac Hadjar is closing in on both this battle of a second. Dimitrov and Walker, P2 and P3. Angus Moolsdale clearing off in the distance. New fast lap, 62.896 seconds. We're on lap number 4 out of 8. And there goes Walker for P2. So Alexander Walker into second place down at turn number 5. Isaac Hadjar closing in on Georgi Dimitrov. The poleman Evan Spenley is still 5th. Enzo Giuli 6th. And Chris Lullum all the way back in 10th place. Dimitrov back at the inside of Walker, and Hadjar goes through as well. Angus Moolsdale into turn number 11, ahead of this scrap for second place. Dimitrov in that number 1, 2, 3 kart, the white and bright orange Fusion Motorsport machine. Hadjar with a white nose cone in kart number 18 has got a really good run coming out of turn number 12. Walker is next, then it's Giuli. Will we see Isaac Hadjar dive to the inside into turn number 2? No, because Georgi Dimitrov just jinks to the inside going into turn 2 to kind of prevent Hadjar from thinking about a late lunge. Moolsdale getting quicker and quicker, 102.779, leading this race by 3 seconds. And here comes Isaac Hadjar, now down the back straight into turn number 5 to take over P2 from Georgi Dimitrov. Walker is still there in 4th. Then it's Giuli. Then 2 more Fusion karts, Spenley and Hyaski, 6th and 7th. Oh, and Georgi Dimitrov getting run out wide there by Alexander Walker. Not sure if that Georgi did that all by himself or whether he had a little bit of assistance, but Walker now gets a good run on Hadjar. Dimitrov follows him through. Enzo Giuli also joining the fray, and that was Isaac Hadjar just missing the apex at turn number 10, running wide, and has lost all sorts of momentum, and he's still losing momentum. I think he may have a problem, because Spenley has gone through, so has Kai Aski. Is that the case of simply he's got gravel or grit or dirt on his tyres? Possibly. We'll see, but he's certainly gone from second place down to about 8th or 9th, because Josh Dufek and Chris Lulham are now in this scrap. But it's the 25 kart of Alexander Walker in second place now with the predominantly grey, white and red colour livery. Then it's Dimitrov in the number 1, 2, 3. Then it's Enzo Giuli in number 19, who has a glimpse of the inside of coming into turn number 8 on Dimitrov, but thinks better of it. Behind them, Kai Aski in kart number 15 runs in 6th. Evan Spenley, the poleman, down in 7th in kart number 33. Then it's Josh Dufek. Chris Lulham is 9th. Eduardo Cosateng rounds out the top 10. So yes, in short, we have got a problem, I believe, for Isaac Hadjar, who has fallen right to the back out of this camera shot. We start lap number 7. And up the inside goes Dimitrov on Walker, runs wide at turn number 2. That's going to open the door for Enzo Giuli to potentially pass both of them, but now Giuli's on the outside of turn number 4, and he could get Freight Train unless he scrabbles back across, which he does. Walker pushing Dimitrov along. Now looks to the inside going into turn number 5. Angus Moolsdale is 6 seconds up the road and leading comfortably. This is the battle on the track through turn 6. Dimitrov, Walker, then Giuli, Aski, Spenley, Dufek and Lulham. 7 karts. You can throw a postage stamp over them. Through turn number 9, into turn 10. We're running out of time. Dimitrov is going to have to make that the rear end of that kart very, very wide indeed. There's your race leader. Angus Moolsdale, having a little glance over his shoulder, just thinking, well, where's everyone gone? The answer is, well, he goes into turn 2. The rest of them are just coming across the start-finish line. Now Dimitrov on the final lap defends the inside line into turn number 2. Walker has to swing out wide to try the undercut, but Giuli takes advantage to take over P3. Behind them, Aski in kart number 15 is now in 5th position, and still Dimitrov. Well, Dimitrov's going to spend most of the last half a lap of this race looking behind him, not in front of him. The race leader, Angus Moolsdale, comes through turn number 8. And around turn number 9, nearly 8 seconds in front of Dimitrov, Walker, Giuli, Aski, Dufek, Spenley and Lulham. Through turn 11. This is going to be 2 wins out of 3 for Scotland's Angus Moolsdale. Look at that empty track between them, and then you get this huge cacophony of colour and noise as Moolsdale takes the checkered flag. Who is going to be second? I think Georgi Dimitrov has just about held on. Yes, he has. Enzo Giuli finishes in 3rd position. Kai Aski, great result for the 11-year-old driver from Reading in the UK. He finishes 4th. Josh Dufek, good result for Josh in 5th position in kart number 39. Alex Walker, got a little bit muscled out there on the last lap, but still a good drive from Alex to finish 6th. Evan Spenley takes home 7th position. Good drive from Eduardo Cosateng to come home in 8th place. Best result yet for the Filipino driver. Delano Van 't Hoff finishes 9th. Chris Lulham, another disappointing drive from Chris to round out the top 10. Shihab Al-Habzi finishes 11th. Dan Traeger was next. Senna Eckers in 13th. Isaac Hadjar finished 14th, but there was obviously a problem with that number 18 kart, because it was like a rocket ship in the first half of the race and then like an arthritic snail in the second half. But at least he finishes. Sadly, Luis Del Bart failed to finish and becomes the only retirement. Didn't see that. I think it may have been a mechanical issue. I can't see him park the side of the circuit anywhere. But the young Belgian driver, well, he can have it all again to do tomorrow. So 2 races to go. 2 races left today. They're both for the X30 senior class. 34 entrants in total, split into 2 groups. We have 17 drivers in this race, and glancing down at the mechanics, and if you look at the right hand side of your screen, the driver sitting down there with the predominantly red crash helmet and DHG on the back of his overalls, well, that is Dutchman Rowan Grinvies, 16-year-old driver from Capelle in the Netherlands. Started karting at the age of 5. Now, Rowan had a bit of an issue at Genk and was excluded, so he is on a bit of a mission this weekend. I know that he's being followed back home by a lot of family and friends. I believe that there are several family birthdays in the Grinvies clan. His nan, Liddy Keane, is, well, I can't possibly reveal their age. She's only 21 plus tax. And also her son, so that would be Rowan's uncle Wilfried, is celebrating a birthday today. So plenty of birthdays in the Grinvies family, and Rowan is going to try and give both his uncle and his grandmother a birthday celebration to remember. Not the kind of birthday present that he gave them in Genk, which came with a rather large fine, I believe. But moving swiftly on, so happy birthday to Liddy Keane and to Wilfried Grinvies. So the rest of the drivers there just gathering their thoughts. Some drivers see the difference. Brett Ward very relaxed there, the Cosmic race suit, chatting away with his Evolution Racing mechanic, but also almost subconsciously, and Brett is a very experienced driver, he's keeping his legs moving, keeping his legs, his muscles agile, whilst chatting away with his mouth. Other drivers prefer to stay on their own, alone with their thoughts, sitting in the kart. Other drivers can just literally switch off. They can be laughing and joking until 3 minutes to go, and then it's like, okay, game face on, let's go. But every driver has a different way of getting themselves warmed up. At the back of the grid there, that's number 229. That is Nicolas Baert, the Belgian driver, the RSD racing team. And the sun beginning to shine over the circuit, the junior drivers. So this is what happens after the end of each race. You see the karts leaving the circuit, and they don't just go back to their tents or their awnings. They have to go through post-race scrutineering. So Paul Klassen, the technical commissioner of the championship, and his team of scrutineers will they'll want to see each kart. Will go over the weigh scale, so they have to be weighed first. That's kart and driver. So you can see that there's Evan Spenley's kart being lifted up, put down onto the weigh scale, and the driver will get in. Each kart, or each class, has a minimum weight. You can be over the weight limit as much as you want, but you cannot be under it. Once the kart is weighed and the people are happy that you're of the correct weight, then you'll go into scrutineering, and the scrutineers can basically ask you to change or take apart to show them whatever they want, and you just go, yes sir, gladly sir. And that's that. So the mechanics, there's Nicholas, the P1 racing mechanic, who's looking after a couple of drivers this weekend in different classes. Head off back to the mechanics viewing area. Just chatting with one of the mechanics of the De Bruyne racing team. And that is Grinvies' team. Now the karts, the drivers are left alone. Pole position will be number 248, Mark Kimber. Alongside him in the front row, Niels Koelen for the Sidemind racing team. Patrick Kibble will start third in kart number 214. Then it will be number 219, one of the Peter De Bruyne karts, Milo Lichterlein. Jan-Philippe Springhob from Germany will start fifth. Championship leader, number 244. Jordan Brown Nutley, the third kart there on the left hand side of your screen from the top. Jordan Brown Nutley, won both final, the pre-final and the final at Genk. Also won the X30 Winter Cup at Valencia earlier this year, so he is looking to maintain his perfect championship score tomorrow, but he's got his work cut out for him today. Jana Gewertz from Belgium in kart number 212 and Christopher Shiny from France in kart 266 start on row number 4. Then it is Rowan Grinvies in kart 223 and Romain Bonetto in kart number 222, French driver. Rashid Ghanem from the Lebanon, the driver with the red race suit and the grey shoulder stripes, the only Lebanese driver here this weekend. He will start on the inside of the row of the 6th row alongside Brett Ward in kart 202, last year's championship runner-up. Row number 7, Patrick Degenbeck from Germany in kart 250, and Marius Solly Poulsen, the Norwegian driver on the Tony kart chassis. Row 8 will be Thanapompang Sutumno, the Super Windforce driver from Thailand, and France's Milan Petelet in kart number 238. See the last kart there on the left-hand side of the screen, the Praga kart driver, desperate for some good fortune in his home country. Didn't happen for him in qualifying, but he has been making progress in the heat races. The back of the grid, Nicolas Bayet from Belgium. Oh, and a problem there from Niels Koolen. So, number 313, Niels Koolen, trying to get that kart started. And the Signmind Racing driver, who's only in his 3rd season of karting, has problem, I think. Yep, there he goes, underneath my commentary position. So, well, Niels Koolen, this is the first time that he started up at the front of an event of this stature. He's done well in his first 2 heats, but now, of course, he'll be all discombobulated and he's got to just now focus his mind again. Okay, he's in the race, he's had a bit of a scare, didn't think the kart would start. There's 2 rolling laps, so he's got time to maybe hopefully pick his way through and take his place at the front of the grid. Mark Kimber in the Strawberry Racing number 248 is going to have to slow the pack down pretty soon. We've got 2 rolling laps. Kimber coming round to complete the first of those. So Niels Koolen will just have to get that kart warmed up as though he would do normally. Not Don't forget about the fact that it wouldn't start. It started now, and then he will just catch the pack naturally as Kimber slows them down. Well, he is a fair way behind. As you can see, the leader's heading down towards the end of the back straight. Koolen is only going around turn number 2. Now Kimber, Patrick Kibble in that bright yellow livery Metro Group engine kart. What's Niels Koolen doing? He's going to use one of the cut-throughs, I think. Is he? Or has he got another problem? Well, Niels Koolen has stopped again. Now, I was thinking, he's got going again. He is going to use one of the cut-throughs to rejoin the pack. He is going to start in the front row. Well, there's sensible thinking. Joined the pack. So we will go into turn number 11. All 17 drivers in the correct position. Kimber and Koolen on the front row. Here we go. Lights are not out. We'll have a false start. And it looked as though Mark Kimber had just a bit too much of a jump on Niels Koolen there. Although, you could say that Niels Koolen's job is to react to the pole man. Kimber did have the field nice and slow coming into the tram lines. We'll try again with an Englishman and a Dutchman on the front row, an Englishman and a Dutchman on the second row, a German and an Englishman on row number 3, Belgian and a Frenchman on row 4, Dutchman and a Frenchman on row 5, then drivers from the Lebanon, UK, Germany, Norway, Thailand, France and Belgium to round out this field. Into turn number 11 we go again. Green and white, number 248, Strawberry Racing's Mark Kimber, multicoloured orange and black, predominantly liveried, Sign Line Racing, number 313 of Niels Coolen. Then, the brightest card on the grid, number 214 card, Patrick Kibble, alongside first of several Peter De Bruyne Racing entries, Milo Lichterlein. Brett Ward in kart 202 to be making progress. Here we go. Now the lights go out and we're off and racing. Kimber leads. Kibble and Coolen side by side for second. Kibble has it. Coolen under pressure now from Milo Lichterlein. Oh, and there's a problem. And Coolen getting tapped from behind, and he goes into the side of Lichterlein into turn number 2. Somehow they all get going, but Lichterlein did get some serious airtime there. And I'm looking back, I think that may have been Jan-Philippe Springomb who got into the back of Niels Coolen and sent Coolen in to Lichterlein, who was busy minding his own business around the outside line. The net result is that Jordan Brown Nutley has moved into 3rd place without having to break a sweat. And earlier on, Brown Nutley was able to come through and win his 2nd heat race at a canter. He's not made a bad start to this one either. He's closing in on Kibble. There's a move further back as the number 222 kart of Romain Bonetto makes a move. Brett Ward right behind him. Then the number 266 of Christopher Shani. But up at the front it is Kimber, Kibble and Brown Nutley all getting away comfortably, and there's still dicing going on back in the pack, and I think that was maybe even Rowan Grinwies making a move. It was. I don't know about giving his nan a birthday present. He almost gave her a birthday coronary as he slid up the inside of Christopher Shaney there going into turn number 2. That's Jana Gewertz on the screens now, making a move in kart number 212, passing Jan-Philippe Springom. And the German driver in kart 241 slipping back to 5th position. Gewertz came into this weekend running 3rd in the championship, running 4th in this race. But up at the front, Jordan Brown Nutley has passed Jan-Philippe Springom. Sorry, he's passed Patrick Kibble into P2. Niels Coolen has faded back to 17th place. I'm not sure if there's me busy saying, well done Niels Coolen, good thinking, use the cut through to regain your track position. I'm not quite sure if that's actually the rules, because he may find himself in a little bit of hot water. So if it's not in the rules, you can't do it. Simple as. Here we go. Brett Ward, meanwhile, closing in on Springom for 6th position. Ward's on a very quick lap. Purple first sector, purple middle sector, but now he's got a kart in front of him that may slow him down. Can he duck to the inside and make his move going into turn number 11? Not this lap. But Jana Gewertz in front of them. Brett Ward will want to make short work of the German driver in kart number 241 so he can get off up the road in this 11-lap race and catch the next man. Well, actually, Jordan Brown Nutley sets a new fastest lap. Brett Ward now makes the move, so Brett Ward moves into 5th position. We're on lap number 4 out of 11. Up at the front, Kimber still leads. Brown Nutley is 2nd. This could be a very significant battle tomorrow as well as today. So No, neither driver, neither Kimber nor Brown Nutley will want to give an absolute inch. Even though it's only a heat race, they both know that they're two of the strongest drivers that could potentially be fighting for a race win tomorrow, or a podium place at the very least. So they will want to give themselves a psychological upper hand tonight. Good battling back in the pack. Battle for the lead though is on. Kimber under pressure. What can Brown Nutley do through turn number 12? Complete lap number 4. A 102.368 second lap for Brown Nutley. To the inside. Kimber doesn't defend. He's thinking, oh, it's far too early in the race to start defending. Brown Nutley knows that. Takes advantage. And also takes the race lead. Lap number 5 of 11 now. Into turn number 5. Kibble still runs in third. Now Brett Ward has caught Jana Gewertz. It's the P1 Racing driver from Belgium in kart number 212, under pressure from the 202 Evolution Racing kart of Hayes' own Brett Ward. Springnob is behind them, and Jordan Brown Nutley has found a way past Mark Kimber for the race lead. Can Kimber fight back? They cross the line. Gewertz and Ward continue to battle. Kibble is there in third. Through turn number 1. Can Brett Ward make his move on Gewertz? Into turn number 2, not yet. But you can see that Ward is quicker. He's got a better exit from turn 2, but he can't find a way past into turn 3. He's going to have to bide his time. Now you'll get in the slipstream of Jana Gewertz. Will he dive up the inside going into turn number 5? Not able to yet. Springnob and then Bonetto run behind these two. Oh, and Gewertz there makes a mistake at turn number 6. We've seen a lot of people running wide there, and that opens the door for Brett Ward to take over P4. Gives Gewertz a signal saying, okay, come on, don't. I love the way that the driver who's just overtaken the other driver thinks, okay, thanks, I've passed you now, so I'm in front, but let's be sensible. Don't come back straight at me, let's work together. And the guy that's just been passed thinking, well, why didn't you work together when I was in front? Coming up on your screen there, Niels Coolen has been excluded. Now he is still on track, but he has been excluded from the results for obviously that issue on the rolling lap. And oh, a problem, somebody's in the gravel down at turn 2. I think it may be Jana Gewertz. But it's Brown Nutley who leads. Kimber second. Kibble is third. Patrick Kibble having one of the best days, and there is Gewertz in the gravel. Now he's saying, oh, can you push me? Well, now if the kart had just had a mechanical issue, then he wouldn't be saying to the marshal, can you push me out? So maybe, well, he had just been passed by Brett Ward, and I wonder if he had gone for a move on Ward and it hadn't paid off and he'd just gone in a little bit too deep and then found himself nestling in the gravel trap. There's the battle for 6th position on your screen now. Number 241, Jan-Philippe Springom, holding off the RK Karting number 222 of Romain Bonetto. We're on to lap number 8 now. Brett Ward, 102.355 seconds. New fastest lap, and he's closing in on Patrick Kibble for third. Mark Kimber, however, is not allowing Jordan Brown Nutley to escape at all. Through turn number 5 go the leaders. The gap, 3 or 4 kart lengths maximum. Kimber may be content to just sit and watch Brown Nutley. Get an idea of where Brown Nutley is maybe stronger than him and vice versa. 15 drivers still running. Nicholas Bayet is 15th, then Patrick Degenbeck 14th. Tamponpangs Tumno is 13th. Milan Petelé only 12th. Milo Lichterlein 11th. Then it's Rashid Ghanem in 10th. 9th for Mario Solly Paulsen. 8th Roman Grinwies. Christopher Shani is 7th. Jan-Philippe Springom off screen has just gone for a spin at turn 11. That is going to promote Romain Bonetto to 5th and Christopher Shani to 6th. Roman Grinwies into 7th position. Lap number 9, Brown Nutley still leads. Another new fastest lap from Brett Ward, 102.354 now. As he closed in on Kibble going through the bottom of your screen now. Brett Ward will catch Patrick Kibble. Kibble must have kind of think to himself, I'm having a really good day. A 4th place will still be a really good day. Okay, a 3rd place would be a better day, but also a trip across the grass, or potentially into a barrier, or potentially into the steward's office for defending too much or being involved in a collision could potentially spoil my good day. What will he think about? Well, his mechanic Andy Potter will be just like that. Do not let him pass. Do not let him pass. In that voice as well, honestly. Well, he's not letting him pass. Ward having to do search around. Oh, he's, well, Brett Ward not very happy. It always surprises me. What's he expected to do? Good man, I'm quicker than you, please let me through. And then he takes great umbrage when Kibble wants to defend 3rd place, which he's entitled to do. We're on lap 10 out of 11, not exactly on the first lap of the race here, and they are battling over 3rd place. And sooner or later, however, Brett Ward is going to, well, his sense of humour is going to run out. And Kibble has got to be careful because Brett Ward is a very experienced driver and can put his kart in a position where Kibble is given 2 options, one of which is the grass, the other is the brake pedal. And I think we're getting to that stage pretty shortly where Brett Ward is going to give him that option. And Kibble defending. Well, we start another lap. And Brett Ward is really now getting aggressive through turn number 3 into turn number 4. Oh, Ward on the curb. Well, you know, Patrick Kibble, he's just taking his line. And now Brett Ward coming through turn 5. Now he gets underneath it. Will he squeeze Kibble? Right, there we go. That's the option. And Brett Ward, clean as a whistle, the move. And yet, it's a simple case of, right then, you can hit the brakes or go across the grass. And Kibble suddenly realises, do you know what, actually 4th place isn't that bad. It's still a really good day and we're looking good for the pre-final tomorrow. Meanwhile, up at the front, the checkered flag is waiting for Jordan Brown Nutley, who takes the win from Mark Kimber. Brett Ward is 3rd. 4th for Patrick Kibble. And a great scrap about to come across the line for 6th position. There's Rowan Grinwies taking 6th place. And everyone else that was still in the race is just behind. So Romain Bonetto, good result for Romain in 5th position. But then Grinwies is 6th, and literally everybody else that finished that race, Christopher Shaney, Milo Lichterlein, Maria Soli Polson, Milan Petalay, Patrick Degenbeck, Rashid Ganem, Tanponpang Satumno and Nicholas Bayet, all in one big bunch, with Jan-Philippe Springom finishing 15th just behind them after a spin. Sadly, Jana Gewurz and Niels Koelen failed to finish. And Mark Kimber, well, that's 2 wins out of 3 for Mark Kimber. 2 wins out of 3 as well for Jordan Brown Nutley. They will be, well, I think Kimber 2 wins and a 2nd is better than Brown Nutley's 2 wins and a 7th. So Jordan Brown Nutley, well, considering how potentially catastrophic yesterday's qualifying session was, will be quite pleased to have come away with 2 wins out of 3 today. He'll be starting on pole position for the final, for the pre-final, but he'll be up near the front. So, moving swiftly on, the mechanics for the next one have already been ushered off, and saw there one mechanic who potentially didn't read or understand or see the 3-minute warning, and is being advised as to the correct time by Mario, our grid marshal, in the international language of, go on, clear off. So, race number 12, 12th and final heat of the day. remind all drivers that the pole position holders for the pre-finals in each class need to do their TV interviews at the end of the day, so please don't disappear until the results are all official. Well, Joey Van Splunteren will start this one from pole position. Driver of car 273, the Signmine Racing driver. And here's a glance from the paddock. Well, there is the kart going into scrutineering. So Jordan Brown-Nutley and his mechanic Mr. Carter head off into scrutineering. Everybody else is told to wait. They'll be weighed, and they are not permitted to leave the Parc Fermé area until told to by a scrutineer. There's Rowan Grinleys. He's going to be happy with 6th position. Grid, and Splunteren and the number 243 kart of Mauricio Hernandez, the Costa Rican driver. Just focusing, doing a bit of visualization for the start. What a day so far for Mauricio Hernandez. On row number 2, Gillian Lay, kart 249, and Gani Rahane in kart 242, who has won a race here. Jack Deakin, great performance so far from Jack in kart number 252. The Mad Croc team, he starts 5th alongside Edo Cohen, another driver having a fantastic day so far for the Dan Holland team in kart number 235. Ethan Tan from Singapore and Nicholas Scholl from Austria in kart 225 start on the 4th row of the grid. Then it is Charles Tesniere and Jason Vian, French drivers, on row 5. Jonathan Brown from Ireland and Konstantin Schoel from Austria on row 6. Christian Christoph from Bulgaria and João Ferreira from Portugal on row number 7. Manuel Galofre Tonia from Spain and Jacob Ang from the Philippines on row 8. And Oliver Clark starts on row number 9. He has been in fine overtaking form today so far. Can he get back up towards the front? He will have 11 laps to do so. Joey Van Splunteren will be looking to try and take the win, because at the moment, 2nd place on the grid alongside Mark Kimber is up for grabs. Gani Rihan, a win would guarantee Gani Rihan a front row start. Joey Van Splunteren could get that front row start, so could Oliver Clark. They would need Gani Rihan to maybe finish 3rd or lower. We'll find out very shortly what happens. Everybody off the grid, 17 drivers in total. But number 333, well, Galofre slow away, is up to speed, the Spaniard. Hopefully he will catch the pack, but not take the cut through. Jack Deakin in the number 252 kart, the Mad Croc livery machine, and I have to say Jack was most put out earlier because he's put his brand new race suit on, and in the very first lap of his 2nd heat, another unnamed driver kind of strayed into Jack's path and pushed Jack onto the grass, and he got mud on his new race suit, which he's most upset about. Not as upset as his mother, however, who's probably going to be given the task of washing it. But Joey Van Splunteren, 2010 European Senior Rotax champion, took a break from karting for a few years. Then, when Niels Coulen went into karting and needed a mentor, Van Splunteren came back. But, well, what better way to mentor another driver than by getting in the seat and driving with him? And he will have the field. Mauricio Hernandez. Strawberry Racing Tony kart with the orange stripes down the side of it. start on row 2. Gillian Lay, that bright yellow and orange number 249 machine. He starts third, the Jez cart entry. Then it is Ghani Rahane in cart number 242. The same CBK team that are running Enzo Juli in juniors. Everybody else now lining up behind. Here's Oliver Clark right at the back. M Sport number 251 through turn number 12. See Galofre Tourne has caught the pack. We go into the tram lines. Will the lights go out? Yes, they do. We're off and racing. It's a good start from Van Splunteren and from Gillian Lay. Mauricio Hernandez slots through in third position. Down towards turn number 2. Jack Deakin moves into P4. Good start from the number 252 cart to get ahead of Ghani Rahane. Rahane has also been passed by the looks, that's Ethan Tan. Who's next in line? Peter Saxton Racing number 220. Down towards turn number 5. Still 2-3 wide in the pack. There is top 3 with Deakin and Tan nose to tail. Then it's Nicholas Scholl in cart 225. He's next. Deakin a bit defensive there, halfway around the opening lap. Ido Cohen is next up, and Ido Cohen to the inside of Ethan Tan. Oh, at turn number 9, that was a brave move. And somehow the Israeli driver made it stick. Now, up at the front, Hernandez trying to catch Gillian Lay as Nicholas Scholl makes the move for 4th. Now, will we see Joey Van Splunteren pull away? Scholl 4th now, Deakin 5th, Cohen 6th, 7th is Tan. Ido Cohen inside, going into the first. Oh, and Ido Cohen up over the back of Jack Deakin's cart there. He was having a nibble, and the nibble turned into a bit of a munch. And the net result is that Jack Deakin, his back bumper or part of the rear assembly is now flapping up in the air. Well, we'll see if he gets a mechanical flag. Whether that is deemed to be a safety issue or not. Normally things like that are deemed a safety. Well, we'll have to see. But poor Jack Deakin not going to be impressed with that. Up at the front, however, Gillian Lay and Mauricio Hernandez are not allowing Joey Van Splunteren to escape. Through turn 12. Across the line. To complete lap number 3. Or to go on to lap number 3 rather. Fastest lap for Nicholas Scholl in 4th place, a 103.002. Scholl is closing in. Now Ido Cohen has continued, but is down in 17th place. We've got to change the lead. Gillian Lay briefly takes over top spot going into turn number 5. Then he can't get the cart pinned down to the apex. Runs a little bit wide. Joey Van Splunteren moves back into the lead. Mauricio Hernandez takes second, and there is the confirmation. Jack Deakin is getting a mechanical flag. Oh dear. Not good for Jack Deakin. Again, not his fault either, really. One of those things. Nicholas Scholl closing in on this battle on the screen. Mauricio Hernandez pointing backwards, turns round, sees Nicholas Scholl. Nicholas Scholl turns round, points backwards and says, "Come on, can't you see they're catching us from behind?" Oh, and there's Jack Deakin. He's going to have to come in and pit. Still running in 6th position, but not for much longer, sadly. Ghani Rahane will inherit. Well, João Ferreira will actually inherit 6th place. Then Ghani Rahane in 8th. In 7th, Oliver Clark will move up to 8th. With Constantine Scholl 9th. And Jason Vian running at the top 10. But we have a 4-card battle now for the race lead. Because Nicholas Scholl has caught Gillian Lay. We've still got Maurizio Hernandez just directly in front of him, and there is poor old Jack Deakin slowing down. Must be so frustrating, but if you have a mechanical flag, you can argue about it all you want. You've still got to come into the pits, and if you don't, you're going to get excluded. So to come into the pits to see what may be able to get let back out without losing a lap, we shall have to see. But it is Van Splunteren from Hernandez, Ley and Choel up at the front. Lap number 5, Oliver Clark, 102.461. Blisteringly quick lap there. Oh, as Hernandez has a go at the inside of Van Splunteren into turn 5. And that was almost a repeat of what happened between Ido Cohen and Jack Deakin earlier on. But Hernandez found the brake pedal just that fraction of a second quicker. But it does look as though Van Splunteren is under pressure, and he is under pressure. Hernandez starts moving around the place, but this is lap number 5. Van Splunteren is thinking to himself, I don't want to defend for the next 6 laps. So Hernandez says, well, it's simple, you just let me pass then. Gillian Ley and Nicholas Scholl squabbling over third. There is Scholl looking to the inside of Ley for P3 into turn 2. Oh, wheel to wheel. Nicholas Scholl just runs Gillian Ley out ever so slightly wide. Mean that he can take the position and he can prevent Ley from coming back straight at him into turn number 3 or 4 for that matter. And now Gillian Ley's falling back into the clutches of Ethan Tan, who runs in 5th position, the youngster for the Pierce Sexton racing team. Nicholas Scholl leads. Joey Van Splunteren just 2/10 up on Maurizio Hernandez. Gap over a second back to Nicholas Scholl in 3rd now. And there's a move from Ethan Tan to take over 5th spot. So let's take over 4th spot. They complete another lap. Van Splunteren leads Hernandez by a whisker. Hernandez looks to the inside. Oh, there goes the movement. Van Splunteren, well spotted there, Joey Van Splunteren. And you could see the finger going out saying, okay, you owe me one there, because Maurizio Hernandez had committed and was going in on Van Splunteren whether it was going to work or not, and Van Splunteren jinked to the outside just as Hernandez arrived, and because he knew that if he turned in, Hernandez would have taken them both out. As they come out of the corner, Van Splunteren went, okay, you owe me one, you got one in the bank with me, sunshine. Going to cash it in just now. Only a heat race. Might have to cash it in when there's a few more points on the line. And I think Maurizio Hernandez will probably appreciate that. Probably. You never know. Scholl 3rd. Second of those green and white Tony carts from Strawberry Racing. Then it is Gillian Ley. Oliver Clark now up into 6th position, but is nearly a second behind the top 5. Down the back straight go the leaders. Lap number 8 out of 11. Still Hernandez leads. Van Splunteren 2nd. Choel right there in 3rd. Choel's looking very good here, I have to say. Just get past Van Splunteren. Think that Maurizio Hernandez would be relatively easy pickings, but as Van Splunteren is showing us, Maurizio Hernandez is anything but easy prey. Back of this group, Ethan Tan and Oliver Clark are closing in, so although Hernandez is now having to drive too defensively at the moment, he is not as quick as the drivers behind him. It's the matter now because Joey Van Splunteren has taken the lead and Nicholas Scholl has gone with him. So Scholl very calmly moves into P2. Down towards turn 5. Into the last couple of laps. The top 6 separated by less than 1 second. Can Ethan can make a move on Gillian Lay? The answer is no. Nicholas Scholl trying to line up a move on Joey Van Splinter when they come out of turn at number 9 in towards turn 10 and 11. Scholl can't make the move there. Hernandez third. Fourth now, Oliver Clark. Picks up 2 places there, passing Ethan Tan and Gillian Lay to move into P4. Good drive there from the young Norfolk-based driver from Kings Lynn. Van Splunteren having to defend on the penultimate lap. Scholl tries to swap the crossover move coming out of the first hairpin. Not going to happen. Into the second hairpin. Still can't happen. But now he can get the crossover move done, possibly down this back straight, because he forced Van Splunteren in a little bit deep. Scholl's right there to give him a nudge, but nothing more. Can't make a move. Here comes the battle of the third. Clark up to P3. At turn 5 there at the expense of Hernandez, and now Gillian Lay muscles Hernandez out of the way. And Clark up the inside of Scholl for P2. Oh, a little bit of door handling going on there. Clark's got it though. Well, from last to second, inside 10 laps. Not bad going, and now Van Splunteren looks over his shoulder and he's scratching his head. Did you qualify last yesterday? And here you are, in a heat race nonetheless, sitting on my rear bumper. How rude. Leaders go into turn 2 on the final lap. Ethan Tan now trying to battle for third place with Nicholas Scholl through turn number 3. Van Splunteren and Clark first and second. That looks like it's a done deal. Can Scholl hold off Ethan Tan for P3? The down end of the back straight into turn number 5. Behind that group there's a huge battle going on between João Ferreira, Gani Rahane, Gillian Lay, Mauricio Hernandez, who have all fallen back. Jonathan Brown is 9th. Then the number 224 car of Charles Tasnieri is next. There's Scholl back at the inside of Tan, and here comes Oliver Clark. Can he get past Van Splunteren before the line? The answer is no. Van Splunteren takes the win. Second for Clark, third for Scholl, fourth for Ethan Tan. João Ferreira comes across the line, a very well deserved 5th place for João. Rahane finishes in 6th position. Then it's Gillian Lay, Jonathan Brown, Mauricio Hernandez, and rounding out the top 10, Charles Tasnieri. Jason Vian was 11th, then followed by Jacob Ang, Konstantin Scholl, Christian Hristov, Manuel Galofre Tornia. Sadly, Ido Cohen and Jack Deakin failed to finish. Well, results come up. Only 2 seconds between the top 4. Wasn't like that by any stretch of the imagination. If the race had finished on one lap, there would have been about 8 drivers within a second of each other. Just a cadet race, or a mini X30 race. So, the senior X30 drivers head back to Parc Fermé at the conclusion of today's heat races. Now, for those of you in the paddock, there is an announcement which will make absolutely no sense to anybody watching the live stream coverage. However, there will be a change to tomorrow morning's timetable. Because there are only 34 seniors here, everybody will make the main final and the pre-final. There will be no repechage, there will be no second warm-up. So warm-up tomorrow morning begins at 9:10 with X30 minis. Mini, junior, senior in that order, all senior together. And then the second chance heat race set to start at 9:30 tomorrow morning. That will not happen now. Everybody will go through to the main event. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the day's racing here at Salbris in France. A big thank you to the marshalling team, the boys and girls in orange, and the medical staff, 2 of the most important groups of people in all of racing. We hope you can tune in tomorrow to watch the pre-finals and finals first heat race, the first pre-final is the Mini X30 pre-final, and that starts at 20 past 10. So the time is always 5 minutes before, so 20 past 10 in the morning. Central European time is when the final starts, so we will be broadcasting on the live stream tomorrow from just after 10 a.m. Have a good evening wherever you are in the world. Thank you for joining us here at Salbris. We will see you tomorrow for finals day in the X30 Kart Prix of France.